Welcome to the cage. Security James on the mic. Joker Ape in the walls. Doors locked. Bass up. Down. Fuck the fake shit. Welcome to that place. Take a seat, watch that one. Red one out, locked you with security. Just watch floors, watch cams, watch every fake page. One eye on the exits, one eye on the black shirt on, clipboard tight. Coffee in my hand, badge on my chest, but I still understand. This market move dirty, this tape got stand. So I read every line while they play these games. I don't chase hype, I don't fall for the noise. I don't bow down to bitch, maybe call. Every fake headline got a smell I can trace. Every week as excuse gets dragged in this place. Calm on the surface, but the pressure stay close. Every channel got a story, every spread got that goes. I bring facts to the front, let the whole room engage. And I turn that damn key in, open the cage. Open it. Let me out. They've been talking too much shit. Deep in this skull, I've been shaking them bars. Laughing at suits while they hide all the scars. Joker Ape, brick soccer, guardian of red. I smell fake math from the back of the cage. Who built that wall? Who painted that spread? Who shorted the truth and play retail dead? Who moved the numbers? Who changed the frame? Bring me receipts or get dragged by name. Fuck all that noise, fuck all this shit. If the math don't match, I'm kicking the door in. Security James keep the floor in line, but I crack the math when they waste my time. He keeps it calm, I keep it raw. He reads the file and I bite through the floor. Who said show proof? I say less. Then I drag that bullshit out of the mask. Welcome to the AMC, aka what I mean grow teeth. Shots turn pages, we don't fucking break. We engage, we investigate. Security James with a cam in the plan. Joker Ape talking shit with the slam in his hand. Welcome to the family inside this frame, where bitch made market trades get dragged by name. Welcome to the AMC, aka Ape Cage energy. Bass hits hard and the cage goes wild. Truth got teeth in a crooked ass mouth. Lights buzz low, screens glow pale. Every red candle got a jailhouse tail. Gap up, gap down, head fake trapped in little veil over crooked ass mouth. Chaotic Quinn with the notebook steel. Cold eye queen when the numbers feel real. He sees the spread, he catches the flow. Enough that bullshit with one market low. Crazy angry Matt in the back like James. Show me the numbers, don't give me names. Arms crossed hard, got facts in his staff. Push him too far, and the ape comes back. That's right. Show the numbers. Don't sell me no weak ass bedtime story. They talk real loud till the facts walk in and the whole damn room gets quiet again. All that fake confidence, all that fake class turns into shit when we check that ass. Explain that spread or leave it alone. Don't bring soft math to a case this grown. Don't come around here with paper thin tape. Turn bad logic in the dust when it breaks. James got calm, I got claws. He reads silence, I suppose flaws. One keeps peace, one rewrites rules. Both can teach, not play with fools. Don't step wrong past that red tape line. Don't bring weak shit to a cage this live. If the truth got teeth, then we let it buy. AMC Ape Cage going live tonight. We see the games they play. Numbers in a crooked cage. Facts got teeth in this place, and we bite on every fact. Fuck the spin, fuck the fear. Bring the proof, make it clear. The math is dirty, say it loud. Drag that bullshit through the crowd. Welcome to the AMC, aka where the memes grow teeth. Charts turn pages, we don't fucking break. We engage, we investigate. Security James with a cam in the plan. Joker Ape talking shit with a slam in his hand. Welcome to the family inside this frame, where bitch made market tricks get dragged by name. AMC, aka Ape Cage energy. Bass hits hard and the cage goes wild. Truth got teeth and a crooked ass smile. This ain't a circus. This is a study hall in the dark. Every joke got a purpose. Every laugh got a spark. We rewind every lead line to the crooked plus a line. Mean basket bloodline. Deep roots in the timeline. If you scared of the truth, don't step in this ring. If you ready to learn, pull a chair, let it sting. Quinn with the map, Matt with the facts. James at the cam while the ape with flags. Doors locked, intrude on showtime. Question everyone. Watch the spread, check the base. Teach them how to spot the fake. Fuck the noise, fuck the fake. We don't bow, we don't brag. Welcome to the AMC Ape Cage. Security James and Joker Ape, we engage.
Welcome. It's time to have a fun time tonight. Ah, man, let me tell you, the day that I fucking had today, let me tell you something. Holy shit. Like first, it started off like, I thought everything was great. I pulled an all-nighter last night, by the way. So, like, I'm on, like, my, like, I don't drink coffee, but I'm on my, I don't know, probably third Monster right now, like the white ones. So don't worry, I'm not going to die from sugar. But I literally, like, I got the videos edited. I got the whole report edited and done, like finalized. So make sure it's all nice, tidy, bow in a bow. Got you a new music video during the show, and also found a dum-dum while fixing everything. So I'm just about ready to start. And as soon as I'm ready to start, I go ahead and I turn on the startup program, which is OBS. And so like I start that up, and as soon as I start up, I can't hear shit. Like nothing from nowhere. A mouse could fart and I couldn't hear it. It just was so bad. And I'm sitting there and I'm playing around with it. So I go ahead and I call the programmer that originally worked on this. And the reason why, like, I didn't want to do it, there's two good reasons. One is that my mixer is mixed in with my voice changers. This is why I can do and so I can change my voice and I can do all that stuff to also do the Joker Ape voice. And like, so there's that. So then I also have a PA that's associated with that. Then I have my music machine, which is all my pads. And then, so this way I can change whatever instrument that you want. You want trombones, you want saxophones, you want drums, you want whatever. I got it all. And so, and it's literally like 36 pads, but when I can't hear what I'm actually trying to like produce and make, like, and if I have to separate it all, that's where the bigger problem comes in, because then it's all what's going in, what's going out. It's not just one USB-C cord that goes into the back of my computer. It's like 12. And then there's an attachment off of that. So it's a pain in the ass. And so I figured to myself, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll just call the programmer. He'll fix this, no problem. I got this covered. We'll be good. And I call him, talk to him. He starts playing around. He's like, okay, it's fixed. I'm like, wait, before you go, can we like test this real quick just to make sure everything sounds right? I want to make sure it sounds right. And it's fixed, like finally, once and for all. Oh yeah. All of a sudden, just loud screeches in my ear from the reverbs and all the echoes that were going off. I mean, and I was just like, what the fuck? And then he tells me, oh, we've had the same problem for a while. I can't help you anymore. You need to hire a sound engineer. I'm like, excuse me? I'm like, you made this mess. You programmed it all. Like, how am I going to track your footsteps? And so I end up calling the customer service. Well, I skipped a part. So I decided I'm going to go and I'm going to put in a request online to like for Veer or to Upwork, say as urgent. Need sound engineer ASAP, willing to pay X amount to get this done here now. I got like 12 replies. And of those 12 replies, let me tell you, one wanted $450, one wanted $350, one wanted $575. I told him to go eat a dick. That wasn't happening. Not at all. I said that offer was about as good as a sandpaper dildo. That just was not going to work whatsoever. Not with me. And so I literally laughed at that one. But everybody was just like ridiculously high. And I finally met one guy who's very realistic. He explained to me certain things, but it was a really quick phone conversation. He said he would help me tomorrow. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to sit here and just say I'm going to do something and not do it. I'm not like that. I never have been like that. I won't do that. You know what? I know you don't want to break this thing apart, but you're going to break it apart. And so I literally started breaking it apart. And then I called customer service for 4 different things, and 4 different companies that all attached to this one mixer and PA system. And so I'm sitting there and I talked to the nicest woman I probably have ever spoken to in customer service on the phone. No joke. She was an absolute sweetheart. So Ray, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for doing what you did and spending the hour and 20 minutes on the phone with me, making sure everything was right and fixed so that I was able to come on and do this. You are a blessing for you to be able to do that. But that is the total story of what I went through today. But at least I did it myself, so I didn't have to pay anybody shit. And that was what I was really happy about, because everybody was just an absolute joker when it came to, oh yeah, well, I could do that, and then I'll go ahead and I'll program it like this, and then after I do that, I will go ahead and I will get this, and then afterwards he's at Makita's, and I would like a roller ox, a Makita up with eating. I mean, I felt like I was in for a second. I felt like I was in like the scene in Wings World where they're ordering, and I'm Garth trying to order food at one point. And it's like, I want a cup, a roller cut, and I be cooking. Like, I was just, there's no way I could win today. It really was no way I can win. But Hayden, thank you, my friend. I'm totally happy that I sound normal so that I can do things, stupid shit like this.
Hello, or I've been waiting to do the so.
But oh, come on, Tiago, you just had to point that out here. So, hey, my friend, I'm sorry, but the audio isn't just great for me. It sounds, radiophone? Radiophonic? Okay. I don't know. I mean, honestly, from what I can hear, which is everything, if it's not coming through on my end, it's definitely calling. It's probably your stuff, because if it's not coming in on mine, then it's not. It's going to. It's on your resulting end. But I think we have a new. I think we have our old friend back. Chaotic, are you alive?
Hear me?
Oh, we sure can. How are you, my dear?
Oh, it works.
Isn't it nice? It's kind of nice when you actually like figure out how to fix shit.
I feel like that's always my biggest hassle. Live stream get me on.
So I mean, I do like the concept of like the Discord too here, because it makes it simpler for like you and Matt purposes wise. I mean, it's easier, and I don't have to worry about your battery draining or somebody else. So that's the nice thing. Yeah, so that's a good thing. As long as that's happening, that's fine. And
I went crazy too, but I got a good as opposed to.
Oh no! My week hasn't even started. Don't worry, you're gonna see my week, because I actually made a video about it, because it's honestly, it's really funny. You guys will enjoy it.
I want to.
Yeah, I mean,
One of their wheelchair and viral trying to find it, and I ended up door dashing.
nice.
So that was such a fun situation. I thought that was somebody else taking a wheelchair. It's not like taking that somebody is right. But I don't understand how that was even able to happen in 2026 stuff at a venue. Fix that. That's unacceptable.
I mean, people misplace purses, people misplace phones, wallets, you name it, and I don't know how you can misplace a wheel, but I don't know how you yeah, I know, but I don't know how you misplace a wheelchair. That's not something that can get misplaced. But
What happened was, hey, that's my dad's wheelchair, and they took Elsa's wheelchair. So it wasn't that it was misplaced; it was that they let someone else without knowing the actual
Oh, what is that movie called? Oh, have you ever seen the movie Outside Providence? God, who is that? Baldwin. Is it Alec Baldwin? It's one of the Baldwins. One of the Baldwins is the dad for Duff, aka Dildo. Hey, Dildo. What is that? Well, it's a horn. A horn. Play a music note from it. And he's holding a bong in his mouth, and he's literally trying to play it like a kazoo with the slide, please. Yeah. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's one of the Baldwins, but my favorite part of it is like, okay, Dildo. Hey, Dildo, you go get. Take your brother Jackie and go to the football game, okay? If they're from what, Pawtucket? I think it was Pawtucket. Yeah, they're from Pawtucket. It's and the best. You couldn't recreate this line this story even if you had to with Drugs Delaney. I wish I could pull it up. I will pull it up on the space call because it is absolutely hysterical. But if you haven't seen it, Outside Providence, and you want to look for Drugs, which is Duffy's friend, and writes him a letter, and they open it. The school, the prep school that he's got sent to. Oh my God. I was dying on the floor. That was the funniest shit I've ever seen. So much better than the majority of things. But yeah, your week sounds gratifying. My week was, how about people trying to kick me in the teeth? And like literally out of left field. It wasn't like, oh, hey, I came here because of this or this happened or anything. It was just, hold on, left field, here I'm calling it, and poof. I'm like, who the fuck are you? Like, I could take, you guys know me, I don't give a rat's ass about a lot of things. But if, like, yeah, when you try to attack my work, that's a different story. That I will go fucking broke for broke with you, regardless, because I work my ass off to do what I can. So it's like I'm screaming. Okay, well, I can fix that real fast. Do. How's that? That better? That should be better. There, that should be a lot better. There you go. Better? I was yelling a little bit just because I was, being animated. But, hey, that was just me. The thing is that, like, when I was, like, what I dealt with this week, and especially on social media, let's start it off with my portion of my, like, customer service that I had to deal with my long-standing battle with X. And, oh my God, every single time I try to either have people explain to me why my reach is how it is, or how certain things are not showing up, because, like, I get DMs from you guys, I get messages from you guys, I get posts from you guys that say, I didn't even see this, or I don't know when you're going on, or I don't see the times when you went ahead and said that, hey, guess what? You are going to be, go doing a space call, or you're doing a show, or you're doing, whatever. And people say this, and then so I'm like, okay, well, evidently I'm not getting what I'm promised, and I would not pay for a premium plus membership. I just wouldn't. I mean, it's pointless. But X won't allow you to live stream without a premium membership. And I still can't justify the premium membership to like the $8 to $10 more in premium plus. I just can't justify it at all. So I figured might as well get the benefit out of it. But yet they say at customer service that it doesn't really do you much good. Well, how does that work? If I'm paying for a service, Chaotic, wouldn't you think that you would get more just because you're a higher membership? You should get more benefit to the regular crowd, right? I, I mean, you have the traffic. You mean they can't go?
Oh,
Which is flipping the bird? Oh, well, I would expect that they did, or else, I mean, then they would be really screwed if they weren't. But the one thing that's driving me nuts, especially with their customer service, is how I gave like literally focal points as to what I'm expecting to see and what I need to see to justify why my account should be doing the things that it should be doing. I can't just blindly trust what some person says on customer service that, oh, hey, yeah, well, you just have to trust what I'm telling you, but I can't show you anything in good faith or can't tell you any metrics that are actually going to make you feel that warm and fuzzy inside. And you don't get that. You just get, oh, I'm closing your ticket because we can't tell you anything. Have a nice day. Goodbye. Click. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, this is bullshit. You're not getting a straight answer. You're not getting anything on worth a damn. And then when you have like an actual problem, whether it's, whether you're getting blasted or you have a shill that's like, I mean, following you or whatever the case may be, they're nowhere to be found. None. Yeah. I mean, there's just nobody. And no offense, Grok doesn't help. Yeah, I mean, I will say right now, if you want a real AI, if you guys do want one, I will tell you right now that AIPRM, look that up. That is the best AI you could possibly ever have, and it makes your life so much simpler. So, but if you guys have any questions in regards to that, I can talk to you about it later. But that is, oh my God, love it. But besides that, there's a lot of things that have been happening. And one of the things that I've noticed is that a lot of people are just kind of coming out and saying stuff without actually like fact checking, without actually, understanding the actual metrics behind certain things. And so instead of sitting here and boring you guys with it, I figured it'd be, you know what, it was kind of a good time to, you know, have something that's going to be consistent kind of moving forward, especially with a new comedy little video. So I hope you liked them before. You're sure going to like them now, but they talk a lot of shit. I give you all the hecklers.
Welcome to the Hecklers.
If this gets stupid, I'm naming names.
Roll it before my blood pressure files a complaint. Oh no, this already smells rigged.
I already hate the lighting on this scam.
Tonight on The Price is Rigged! Tonight on The Price is Rigged!
The price is rigged? Yeah, that sounds honest.
Tonight's prize is a luxury supercar!
Watch. Somebody's about to value that thing like a busted coupon and a napkin.
Yeah, cat. 5,000 Gentiles house! $5 million!
I swear to God, if $1 wins this, I'm biting the television.
I go fast, man. Put your pants down! 250,000! This is not retail pricing. This is crackhead carnival accounting. Fundamentals and fundamentals. That works, right?
One fucking word? Fundamentals? On a market game show.
$500,001, and I checked the math this time. $500,001, and I 100,000 in the math this time. $2.16. $1.
Actual retail price, 21.6 cents. Looks like the market priced it perfectly. Actual price, 21.06. Please clap like that makes sense.
What? Clap, wow.
I bid $1 and the calculator surrendered. Congratulations! You won $21.06. That is the official winning price.
I bid $1. The other 20.06 is dealer fees.
Congratulations! You won custody of the receipt! Finally, a car I can fit in a folder. Congratulations! You won car-flavored paperwork. Does it come with imaginary gas?
The fine print, ha 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 ha, stole the damn car.
That car just got escorted out like it had legal counsel and witness protection.
And now, a word from our sponsor.
To be continued next week, because apparently the car needs paperwork. Paperwork today. Emotional damage next week.
Brought to you by the wonderful folks over at the AMC Ape Cage, but the creator of, or the idea of that one has to go to Matt. That Matt was the one that picked the Price is Wrong bitch. And it was actually a pretty good skit. I will tell you right now that was an absolute nightmare to make. When it comes to like the generation of the scenes and all that crap, holy Jesus, did that take forever. The editing was, I mean, just absolutely atrocious. But, you win some, you lose some, you go on from there. Everybody's fine. So, with that being said, if you haven't noticed that there's just people that are talking shit out of everywhere. If you look at what's going on, we're going to specifically kind of change the focus. And this show is going to be just specifically about AMC. There's a lot of things that are being said in regards to certain things that are happening, certain things that, like within the options and within, if you don't know options that, there's some people that said that you should be blocked from the community or you shouldn't be talked to. Listen, 90% of our community does not understand options. I'm just going to be blunt and say it, because a lot of people were steered away from options. They were told that options were bad. They're not bad. It's the fastest way for you to move an equity is through options. So, and this way you can stack those options if you want to. And that's one of the things that I'm going to do for you, because what today's report and what everything that's in there is going to show you, it's going to show you the battlefield that's going to be around AMC, what we're dealing with from economically, from politically, from what you're seeing through inflation, what you're seeing through Europe, what you're seeing through the Hormuz Strait and that war that's going to happen because they evidently want a forever war, which doesn't make sense to me whatsoever, because it's going to limit any type of oil, and the exposure that it brings to us is considerable, especially by the 4th of July. Just you wait. If you want to see what gas prices are going to look like in, 2 weeks, don't say I didn't warn you. But they're going to be bad. And that specifically, anything that has to do with oil, energy, or anything of that matter is a nightmare. Absolute nightmare for you guys from an economic standpoint, and what everything's going to go up inflationary wise. They're scared to tell you. I'll be blunt. Kevin Walsh, that guy, scared shitless of what he's going to say. Hence why I made fun of him with, if you need market miracle tanner, just rub on a little bit and you'll shine brighter than Mar-a-Lago. Like, I mean, there's a reason why. Always remember, there's a reason why I do certain things, but it's one of those things where you don't necessarily have to listen, but you just have to watch the way they talk, the way that they stutter, or the way that they keep on looking at certain things when they're speaking. That says a lot about somebody's character. How they're presenting is basically their posture. Tells you a lot about a person, especially how they talk. So when you go ahead and you actually start seeing that stuff, and you see eyes are moving across the room, like, is he looking at me? He's staring at me? Or what am I going to do? He's scared. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to make this into a political thing, because I don't understand what really is going on from like Trump on down, because it's all go ahead, I want to hear it. It, roughly. Roughly. The M2 money supply is, we've had the most money in circulation that has ever been. That's a record right now. And I agree with you for the most part about the stable coin. It's the intentions of the Restrict Act. If you guys haven't read that, it's very interesting. But what it basically does for the general public, and what you're going to see come in 2027, with all cars 2027 or newer, are going to have an automatic stop switch that you can basically, your car's programmed, you can go ahead, they can go ahead and stop your car whenever the hell they please, if it's 2027 or newer. So that also signals that there's another thing that's going to happen with automobiles. That means that if you own a car that's like 7 years prior, so let's just say 2020, like, you're going to start seeing parts dwindling very fast, so that this way you're forced to go ahead and buy a new car, which I don't see how they can if you're, if you're a car guru or anything like that. I mean, you got something at your disposal, but that's one part. Now you have IDs on your phone, the digital ID, which is already happened in California. I know that for sure. There's a bunch of other states that do have digital ID. I know it's coming into the Midwest here soon. Oh, they already did that. That's awesome. I'm not gonna lie, that is hilarious though. Yeah. Do me a favor, been verified, and tell me when you get it. That's the name of the app, been verified. Get that. It'll help you out with some of the stuff. But with the digital ID, that's exactly what they're doing. So you can't do like your normal, like have a wallet or anything like that. All your banking, all your everything is going to be on your phone, digital wallet. This way they can track wherever you are. Doesn't matter where you are within the world. They know where you are. They could shut off your money if they want to, because that's the next process. Is that ADP and like those big time payroll places, they're not going to be those places. They're going to relinquish that to the federal government. And so they're going to be the new payroll processor. This way they can go ahead with your guys' new taxes that basically says, hey, we're going to go ahead and we're going to give you this, we're going to give you that. And then it's one of those things where it's like, okay, they're just going to pull out your taxes. They're going to do everything they need to do. So it's really funny how some of the things are happening the way that they are, because it kind of lines up. If you think about it, look at what Trump's doing with taxes. Here's the income tax. Here's your taxes on this. He's wiping those all clean, but yet the main ones that are going to be able to be collected on are still going to be collected. It's just funny how things work and how things kind of shape up. But when you full circle this whole thing back to AMC and you look at it, that's the part of the macro battlefield that you guys are playing on. And that's the main battlefield that we need to associate ourselves with and understand that's what's around us, because that is really what is going to take us to the promised land, because we are a part of the S&P 500. We are a part of the indexes that are associated with those. We are in ETFs that are in those baskets. And we need to understand what that battlefield has in store for us. But don't worry, I'll tell you about all that stuff here shortly. But as always, Dum Dum of the Week.
Welcome back, same Joker Ape, new freak show. Cage lights hot, horns up, let's go. Dumbass of the week, step into the show. Dum Dum of the week. Welcome to the timeline dumpster fire parade, where your brain took a day off and never got paid. Paper crown crooked with DDW, shirt says I'm a dumbass shill on X2. Talking big like you cracked the code, but your whole damn take just crashed and froze. Screenshot squad got your post on freeze, frame by frame of your dumb disease. Joker Ape grins like, here we go. Matt's in the back yelling, hell no. Quinn got receipts stacked to the sky. Dumb blinks like his Wi-Fi died. Hang Dumb of the week, take a bow, don't blink. Every word you drop makes the whole room stink. Dumb of the week, yeah, you hit that low. We don't need a script, it's a live Ape Cage show. Whoa, Dumb of the week. Whoa, Dumb of the week. Hey. Profile pic shades in a pitch black room, brain buffering hard like dial-up doom. Do your research, you read one thread, now you act like a prophet with shit in your head. Arguing ghosts in a comment war, high-fiving yourself like you just kept score. Every take hotter, every fact gone, you're wrong in surround sound stereo strong. Matt hits the table, Quinn drops the file. Joker Ape walks in with that courtroom smile. Dumb sweats but won't retreat, still tap dancing with two left feet. Hey Dumb of the week, loud mouth, no breaks. Every post you make is a pile of mistakes. Dumb of the week, yeah, you stole the crown, king of bad takes, never backing down. Whoa, Dumb of the week. Whoa, Dumb of the week. Caps lock stuck, like your critical thought. Type 10 post and said fucking nothing at all. Source, trust me bro. Peer-reviewed lies, footnotes written by imaginary guys. You tripled down like it's blackjack night, holding 21 L's, thinking you're right. Pinned your loss like a badge of fame, mainlining nonsense straight to your brain. Quinn says look at line 19. Matt screams, dumbest shit I've seen. Joker Ape points, the lights go red. Dumb's crown slides off his head. Oi, loud and weak. Dumbest take we heard all week. Oi, turn and speak. You're the star. Dumb of the week. Oi, what the fuck? Who let this clown get stuck? Crypto wizard with a negative chart. Every coin you touch falls apart. Calling folks bots while you fight thin air. Whole thread empty, still yelling there. You flex fake wins you never made. Celebrate losses like a damn parade. If brains were gas, you'd stall in neutral. But confidence, nuclear, delusional. Paper crown, crooked grin. Dum-dum dances back in. Shirt says shill, shoes untied. Confidence, huge brain outside. Who got cooked by their own damn post? This clown. Who talks shit with no receipt? Who got folded by facts and beats? This clown. Who wears the crown but missed the point? Dumb, 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 dumb. Hey, dumb of the week. Headline disgrace. Every bad opinion splashed on your face. Dumb, dumb of the week. Yeah, you own that throne. Built it out of bullshit. Sit there alone. Hey, dumb, dumb of the week. Let the whole case speak. You're the loudest dumbass of the week. Whoa, dumb, dumb of the week. Dumb, 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 dumb. Dumb, dumb of the week. Dumb, dumb of the week.
Dumb Dumb of the Week. Hope you like the new commercial. I thought that one was just as good as last week's. Last week's was special. It was definitely special. So, the sound issues that you guys keep on telling me about. So, the hardest thing for me is that I hear everything. So, if I hear it, I know mine is fine. But that's just what I understand. I will make sure that I go into it and fix it if whatever it is, or edit it if I need to later on, just so everybody knows that. But Chaotic, I will give you the floor when it comes to the first Dumb Dumb of the week.
It's actually work.
Yeah.
It's actually work. I mean, that is. I'm glad they gave me my account. I never thought I'd see the day where I got in more trouble than Facebook.
I mean, that's honestly shocking, to be honest with you.
You know what I'm just at what actually gonna try to sue the company. Not that I want that to happen. Rather right way and stuff like he fired everything. And then it doesn't.
I mean, that's the part that just is wild to me, that like nothing can happen. I don't understand. That's just wild.
Now I think left and then not an actual.
That's just wild. I mean, still, that I don't understand how that can happen, like, at all. Like, you're that inept.
For me.
Yeah. Meow, meow, meow. You're bad.
The way they present that this is a collaborative program for all. I want you to be.
Well, you see, it's like this. You know, it's for sentimental value. Yeah, I mean, I.
My other two inspections that are suspended, I've appealed, and they said, oh.
I'm the same way when it comes to just the $60 a month for the Premium Plus memberships, just so I can live stream for you guys. I mean, that's all I use it for. I don't. Yeah, I mean, for me, that's the only way I'm allowed to live stream, which is, I mean, absurd to me. But is if you're on premium, that's fine. But like the premium is, if you're a premium member, you can still live stream, but there's certain limitations within the live stream platform that you don't have. And so that's. Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, I quack, 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 quack. Yeah, it was live. I mean, there are some chickens hatching. That's what I did see. There's a lot of it.
Some kind of mystery.
Aww.
One of the buff because the rest of them were fine. I was able to save the other buff.
Hey, as long as you were able to save a couple, that's all that matters. Hey, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. That's the most important part about this. Well, my dum-dum is, how do I explain this? It's one of the things that, like, I promised that I would do for you guys, like, especially when it comes to, like, shills that are posting bullshit or somebody that's saying something that's wrong or whatever, and going ahead and just either correcting it, or if they want to be an asshole, then it's, let's go time. But I decided I was going to go ahead and I was going to debate. Then from debating, then it turned into my dum-dum. But I think before I say my dum-dum, I'll have you watch this.
Breaking news! I typed words into Google. My God. Did you understand what you found? Nope, but I posted it twice.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how Google University hands out detective badges.
I found a search result.
A search result is not comprehension.
What?
Exactly.
Debt is bad. Debt is terrible. Debt is the whole bare thesis. Write that down. That sounded smart. Wait. No. Paying debt is also bad. Huh?
So AMC has too much debt, but using capital to address the debt is also bad.
Correct. I object to both sides of my own argument.
That is not analysis. That is a financial yoga pose performed by a clay man trapped inside a pretzel.
What?
Do not worry. He does not understand it either.
I call this advanced fundamentals.
You call it fundamentals. I call it arguing with your own shadow and losing.
Hold on. I found more evidence.
Did you read it?
Absolutely not.
Did you understand it?
Also, no.
Did you post it anyway?
Twice, because I am thorough.
That is not thorough. That is dumb with Wi-Fi.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Paragraphs, full sentences, context? I'm not reading that monologue. Facts in sentence form? That's cheating.
You made accusations, got basic facts wrong, twisted paperwork, then complained the correction had too many words.
Huh?
Facts take longer than insults, dumb.
Can you say that shorter?
You guessed.
Still too long. AMC must pay debt, but paying debt proves the business is bad.
Say that again slowly, because I think your own sentence just tripped over itself.
Unless they do not pay debt, which also proves the business is bad. That sounds like both things.
That is because it is both things, and somehow both are stupid.
Thank you.
That was not a compliment.
I worked hard on that contradiction.
I can tell. It smells like effort and confusion.
I found the facts.
You are holding the book upside down.
Not reading that monologue.
It is one word. It says facts.
Too aggressive. If we repeat grift enough times, it becomes true. That's research, right?
No, that is how parrots with Wi-Fi work.
What?
Welcome to the AMC Ape Cage, where the candles are fake, the coffee is real, and Google University gives degrees in not reading.
Debt bad. Debt payment bad. Thinking hard. Text. I typed words.
Tonight's lesson. Finding a search result is not comprehension. Calling everything pumping is not analysis. And if your whole argument is, I'm not reading, maybe sit this one out.
What?
And that is why the comedy department stays open.
My dum-dum of the week goes to Popo 2020. You are my dum-dum of the week. Not because he disagreed with me. People can disagree with me all day. That is normal. That is healthy. That is called a conversation. He gets dum-dum of the week because he walked into a room wearing fake detective badge, tripped over the first fact, then landed face first in a Google search, and still stood up like he cracked the Zodiac case. He tried to take a shot at my lending background and could not even get the basic location right. This business was not in Arlington Heights. It was Easy Lending Solutions, a mortgage brokerage in Schaumburg. That is not some small mistake. That is the research equivalent of showing up to a bank robbery at a Taco Bell and yelling, I found the vault. I did not leave Wall Street to run some scam. I left and opened my own mortgage brokerage because I actually knew the lending business and wanted to help people the right way. During the pandemic, when people were scared, confused, and buried in financial noise, I helped first-time homebuyers understand the process and buy homes without being treated like walking commission checks. I hated garbage fees, like discount points. I hated junk mortgage structures dressed up like a little financial advice. My job was education, protection, and hiring and helping clients, and hiring actually new loan advisors and teaching them the right way. And so I loved helping my clients make a better decision before some suit with a calculator and no conscience tried to milk them dry. A lot of my existing book refinanced during the pandemic at historically low rates. Many locked into a 15-year mortgage at around 1.75%. Yes, I said 1.75% on a 15-year term, which put them in a position where they likely would never needed to refinance again. That is not a grift. That is called doing my job right. So if your big gotcha is that I helped first-time homebuyers, hated junk fees, protected clients, and refinanced families into a once-in-a-lifetime rate, then congratulations. He just accused me of being good at my job. Give that man a crown, a kazoo, and a laminated certificate. Dum-dum of the week is not about disagreement. It is about loud confidence mixed with bad facts. This one came with a clown nose, a broken compass, and zero, and I mean zero, receipts. Bring facts next time. Not comment section cosplay with Wi-Fi. Popo 2020, you are my dum-dum of the week. Don't worry, there was a bunch of close, like, seconds. Very, very, very close seconds. One of them was in in one of my groups, and this guy started just talking absolute smack about AMC and actually got him to have a debate, which kind of led him off of the dum-dum trail, because there are some things that are out there about AMC that you guys, I mean, everybody needs to take into account the entire mess, because it's not just about everything being good, everything having a green candle every single day, every single minute, every single, time you look at a chart, because that's the ebbs and flows of the market. That's exactly what happened. What was that, Tuesday? Yeah, I think it was Tuesday, when everybody was going bonkers in regards to the dilution and what Adam Aaron did. Now, I'm going to show you why it's Adam Aaron playing his strategy, but you have to understand his main job, his main thing that he has to do, all he has to do is make sure AMC is alive. That's it. As long as doors are open, people are coming into the movies, and he is able to put smiles on people's faces from the movies that he is putting in his theaters, guess what? You are all happy. That's it. Honestly, that's all he has to do moving forward. Which kind of brings me to the report. And I've been steadily keeping notes. And notes and notes and notes and notes and notes. And the reason why is just so I can give you something like this. Because this is going to give you the overall perspective of everything. This is how I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to analyze a stock for you guys, so that this way you guys understand the ins and outs of it, why you're investing in it, what's going to happen, how you can project certain things to happen, what could possibly happen later on that maybe Adam Aaron is really thinking about. That's what we're going to go over tonight, because that is what's going to go ahead and actually put a lot of you at ease. Because I've answered more questions this week in DMs than I have in a long time. And I'm happy that I was able to do it. But at the same time, we all need to understand exactly where we're at. So without further ado, the chart is screaming, the pipes are burning, and they want you to call it normal. Today is about AMC stock only. Not rumors, not random candles, not some guy yelling, "Moon tomorrow." Actually, I could do that better.
Moon tomorrow!
Instead, a webcam. Like the chart owes him back child support. This is not that show. This is not a hype session. This is not a panic session. This is not, trust me, bro, campfire stories where everybody claps because somebody drew a triangle on a chart and called it destiny. Tonight is an AMC Ape Cage special report. And the reason we are doing it is simple. The apes want answers, and they deserve more than just slogans. People following AMC are tired of being treated like they are crazy for asking the obvious question. They see volume, they see violent price moves, they see a stock run, they get slapped back down like it said something bad about Wall Street's mother. They see green candles turn into crime scene photos. They see a market call it technical failure. Like that explains everything. While the same stock is trading in a structure where most of the real fight may not even be happening on a lit exchange. And that book in front of the public. And then the professional talking heads show up with their little smirks and their dilution charts, acting like they just discovered gravity. Yes, dilution happened. Nobody serious denies that. But the question is not just whether AMC diluted. The question is why, when, under what pressure, for what purpose, and what that did to the bankruptcy thesis Wall Street wanted so badly. There is a major difference between dilution that leads a company to death and dilution used to raise cash, reduce debt pressure, extend runway, and keep the doors open long enough for the business to recover. That is a part of the short seller crowd always wants to skip, because context ruins their cute little funeral speech. AMC itself has already told investors this stock is not moving like a sleepy normal company tucked into bed with warm milk. AMC own filing describes extremely volatility, including a 2026 intraday low around 93 cents and a 2026 intraday high around $2.90, with daily trading volume swings from the teens of millions and well over 100 million shares. That is not a calm stock. That is not a boring chart. That is a cage fight where someone keeps flicking the lights on and off and then telling retail, nothing to see here. Now, add our own research model into that. From the daily off-exchange data we have calculated, AMC is averaged around 77% off-exchange trading since January. That means only around 23% of the trading has been happening on lit exchanges, where the public can actually see the order book fight in real time. I'm not saying that one number proves the entire case. That would be sloppy, and we're not doing anything sloppy tonight. But I'm saying that if most of the volume is off exchange, then the public is watching the price through a keyhole, while most of its battle may be happening behind the wall. That matters. It matters a lot. And think about that in just a normal person language. If AMC trades 100 million shares in a day, and roughly 77 million of those shares are off-exchanged, then only about 23 million shares are happening in the visible lit market fight. The other trades still print, but they do not show up the same way the public demands stacking visibility on the exchange book before execution. So retail can see massive volume. Retail feels buying pressure. Retail can watch people's holdings. And still, the chart may not reflect the full fight the way the people expect. That does not automatically mean that every candle is criminal. It means the market structure is cloudy as hell, and pretending otherwise is either lazy, dishonest, or professionally convenient. That is why tonight matters. We're not going to explain the battlefield around AMC before we even get into AMC itself, because this stock is not moving inside a calm market. The indexes can be green while the pipes underneath are burning. Oil risk, Iran risk, shipping route pressure, inflation risk, treasury stress, Japan carry trade pressure, index concentration, and liquidity problems are all sitting in the background, while people on television smile at the Dow like the whole house is not making weird electrical noises. A green index does not always mean a healthy market. Sometimes it means a handful of giant names are holding up the roof while the basement is flooding. Then we are going to bring it back to AMC and explain why the price feels fake without just screaming crime every 3 seconds like a broken smoke alarm. We are going to talk about the off-exchange trading, the offering, dilution, debt, ape, the bankruptcy thesis, and why two things can be true at the same time. The offering can hurt the chart in the short term and still help AMC fight the bankruptcy argument over the longer term. That is not cheerleading. That is called understanding the damn mechanics. We are also going to talk about the vault doors. That is a part I care about the most. Because I'm not interested in another corporate spiderweb diagram where everybody points at logos and calls it proof. I want records. I want stock loan records. I want locate records. I want custody records. I want FTD trails. I want broker statements. I want to know where the shares were held, under what account titles, whether they were loaned, pledged, restricted, liened, transferred, or used to support another claim. Brazilian BDRs, European tokens, FTX, CM equities, IBKR, MIAX, BSX, Citadel routing questions. Those are not the verdict by themselves, but they are a door. The records behind those doors are what matter. And yes, we're going to talk about what could actually cause a squeeze. Not fantasy, not dates, not trust me, bro. Pluto by Friday. We are going to talk about pressure points. What would make shorts uncomfortable? What would make the market reprice risk? What would make available supply matter? What role could borrow pressure, option pressure, forced buying, lit market demand, or a real vault door record play if the right pieces lined up? We are going to talk about the setup without pretending we own a crystal ball from a pawn shop. And finally, we're going to end with AA. My opinion is clear. I still believe our silverback has a plan. People can agree or disagree with him. People can be mad at the timing. I get it. But when I look at the pattern, I do not see a CEO moving off emotion or whims. I see someone trying to use capital windows, box office momentum, institutional interest, and debt moves to keep AMC alive, strengthen its balance sheet, and push the bankruptcy thesis farther away. Does every move feel good in the moment? No. Some of it feels like getting hit with a folding chair. But the market plays the short-term fear game, while survival is the long game. So tonight, we are not here to comfort anybody with fairy dust. We are here to build the map. We are going to separate what is confirmed, what is possible, what is still missing, and what would actually matter if the vault doors opened. The goal is not to make people emotional. Wall Street already does that job for free. The goal is to make people understand what they are looking at. Because if you do not understand the battlefield, every red candle feels like a defeat, and every green candle feels like salvation. That is how they keep retail exhausted. Tonight, we are not doing exhaustion. We are doing structure. We are doing evidence. We are doing plain English. We are doing control fire. The chart is screaming, the pipes are burning, and Wall Street wants you to call it normal. Tonight is about AMC stock only. Not rumors, not random candles, not some guy yelling moon tomorrow into a webcam. The chart owes him back child support. This is not that show. This is not a hype session. This is not a panic session. This is not a trust me bro campfire story where everybody claps because somebody drew a triangle on a chart. And why did this repeat again? I don't know why. But anywho, the chart is screaming, the pipes are burning, and Wall Street wants you to call it normal. The indexes are smiling while the basement is flooding. Look at that. The S&P 500, the NASDAQ. Oh, wow. All-time highs. What's below the basement? Oh, the real economy. If I just bail harder, maybe. Ooh. The indexes are smiling while the basement is flooding. Before we talk about AMC itself, we have to talk about the battlefield AMC is sitting inside, because the stock is not trading in some calm, healthy, normal market where every price move is clean, every candle is honest, and every Wall Street institution is wearing a little angel costume while politely respecting price discovery. Please. If the market were a house, the living room would have a fresh paint, the television would be showing green indexes, and the basement would be full of water, sparks, debt, leverage, and some guy from CNBC standing there saying, actually, this is bullish. That is a trick. The S&P, NASDAQ, Dow, be green on the screen while the real plumbing underneath the market is flashing warning lights. A green index does not automatically mean the market is healthy. It means liquidity is still flowing into the same crowded names. It can mean passive money is still buying whatever the index tells it to buy. It can mean a few monsters are few monster stacks are dragging the whole scoreboard upward while everything underneath it is coughing into a napkin. That is why I do not look at indexes and instantly say, well, everything must be fine. That is the kind of thinking that gets people smiling in front of a burning building because the curtains are still pretty. The first pressure point is energy and geopolitical risk. We still have oil risk. We still have the Iran risk. We still have shipping route risk. We still have the Strait of Hormuz sitting there like a loaded trap door under a global economy. People fear or hear oil prices fell and think danger disappeared. No. Sometimes prices fall because flows resume temporarily, because traders price in relief, or because supply starts moving again after fear gets overbought. That does not mean the risk is gone. It means the market took one breath and immediately pretended the lung infection was cured. Hormuz matters because the massive amount of global oil and LNG moves through that waterway. If traffic slows, if tankers get hit, if insurers get nervous, the shipping gets rerouted. If Gulf exports get disrupted, energy just doesn't just stay in the oil market like a polite little problem sitting in a corner. It moves into inflation, transportation, consumer cost, corporate margins, bond yields, rate expectations, and liquidity. Oil is not just oil. Oil is the blood pressure cuff on the global economy. When it starts squeezing, everything else feels it, period. Now, take that energy risk. stack it on top of inflation risk. If oil spikes again, inflation pressure can return fast. If inflation pressure returns, the bond market gets nervous. If the bond market gets nervous, then yields can move. If yields move, well, valuations get questioned. If valuations get questions, crowded trades suddenly look less like genius investing and more like everybody's trying to exit at the same nightclub after someone yelled fire. That is why this matters for AMC. AMC does not trade in a vacuum. AMC trades inside the same liquidity system as everything else. When liquidity is loose, risk can breathe. When liquidity tightens, crowded trades start acting ugly. And anything with heavy short interest, retail emotion, option pressure, and off-exchange routing can become a pressure point. Then there is the index concentration problem. The market has become top-heavy as hell. A handful of mega-cap names are carrying the enormous portion of the S&P 500. So when somebody says the market is strong, I have to ask, which market? The full market? Or a handful of gigantic names wearing the whole index like a Halloween costume? Because if 10 companies make up nearly 40% of the S&P 500, that is not broad strength. That is concentration risk with a nice haircut. It means the headline index can look healthy while a lot of individual stocks are not participating in the same way. It means passive money keeps pouring into the biggest weights because that is how index mechanics work. And then everybody acts shocked when the same names get bigger and bigger, like a financial gorilla stomping through a retirement account. This is why normal people get confused. They hear, hey, the market is green, but their stocks act like they got thrown in a wood chipper. They hear the economy is resilient, but groceries, insurance, rent, credit cards, energy, debt services are still beating people over the head. They hear soft landing, then watch the bond market twitch every time inflation, oil, or government debt shows up in the room. That is not stability. That is a magician distracting you with one hand while the other hand steals your wallet and refinances it to one high rate. Now add SpaceX into the battlefield. A lot of people thought SpaceX would be the giant liquidity event that magically loosened everything up. Well, the story sounded beautiful, didn't it? Massive IPOs, huge valuations, retail allocations, and index demand. Everybody gets rich. Liquidity rains from the sky. The market sings. The birds return, chirping. Wall Street adopts a puppy. But the reality is not that clean. SpaceX priced one of the biggest IPOs in history at an enormous valuation, and then the stock became another volatility machine almost immediately. It surged, pulled back, and now index funds and passive vehicles may be forced to buy into a name where the tradable float, valuation, retail demand, and staged lockup questions all matters. That does not look like a clean release valve. That looks like another stress pipe being sold to the public as a miracle sprinkler system. And that matters because when Wall Street's markets are a liquidity event, you always have to ask who is actually getting the liquidity, who is supplying it, who is trapped by index rules, who is buying because they want to, and who is buying because the benchmark puts the gun to their portfolio head. A giant IPO does not automatically mean the whole market gets healthier. Sometimes it means money gets redirected. Sometimes it means funds sell other positions to make room. Sometimes it means a shiny new whale enters the pond and suddenly every smaller fish feels the water level move. So when people thought SpaceX would be a clean liquidity release, I looked at it and thought, maybe it is another giant pressure valve bolted onto a market already held together by duct tape, leverage, and a TED Talk. Now, we have to talk about Japan. Because the Japan carry trade is one of those things normal people do not hear about until after it matters, which is very convenient for everyone who caused the problem. For years, global money could be borrowed cheap yen, move that money into higher yielding assets, and ride the spread like it was free money with a seatbelt. That is the basic idea. Very, very basic idea. Borrow cheap, buy something that pays more, pocket the difference, and pretend risk is cheap. And just a rumor told by poor people. But Japan is not sitting in the same old zero rate world anymore. The Bank of Japan has been forced into a different posture. Rates, well, have moved higher. And the yen has been under serious pressure. When the yen gets unstable, carry trades get nervous. When carry trades get nervous, well, leverage players start looking at their risk. And when leverage players all look at risk at the same time, they don't politely form a line and exit through the gift shop. They sell, hedge, cover, unwind, and de-risk. And they better do it fucking fast. That is why the carry trade matters to AMC, even though AMC is not a Japanese bank and nobody is buying popcorn with yen in aisle 4. The carry trade matters because it is a part of global liquidity. If global liquidity gets hit, if leverage unwinds, and AMC has always been part stock, part battlefield, part liquidity test, part retail war drum, and part Wall Street migraine, when the larger liquidity system gets unstable, names like AMC get hit harder, whip faster, or become release valves, depending on how positioning is stacked. Then look at the U.S. Treasury market. And this is a big one for everybody. So everybody please pay attention to this because this is important. And I'm going to say this correctly, because I am not handing the other side an easy technical correction wrapped in a bow. I am not saying there are literally no buyers for U.S. Treasuries. The auction still clears. The U.S. government is still selling debt. Buyers still show up, but the real question is not whether there are buyers somewhere on the planet Earth. The real question is what price they demand, what yield they require, how consistent the demand is and how much stress is hiding underneath that auction result. That is where the problem lives. If buyers demand higher yields, if foreign demand shifts month to month, and if China and Japan adjust holdings, if deficits keep expanding, if Treasury supply stays heavy, then the bond market can cough while the stock market pretends it is at a cocktail party. The bond market is the plumbing. Stocks are the furniture. Everybody loves staring at furniture because it's shiny. It has blinking prices. But if the plumbing backs up and furniture does not matter, Treasury yields affect everything. Mortgages, corporate borrowing, refinancing, private equity, banks, everything. Balance sheets, consumer credit, and equity valuations. If yields rise because buyers demand more compensation for holding U.S. debt, then money is no longer as cheap. Leverage is no longer as comfortable, and risk assets have to justify themselves. That is when weak balance sheets matter. That is when debt walls matter. That is when companies that survive and push maturities out separate themselves from companies that get dragged into the debt grinder. And this is where AMC enters the battlefield. Not as some random meme ticker floating in the corner, but as a stock sitting directly inside the same storm system. AMC has debt pressure. AMC has capital raising pressure. AMC has retail ownership. AMC has short interest narratives. AMC has option pressure. AMC has off-exchange trading pressure. AMC has a history of being used as a psychological punching bag by the same people who swear they are not obsessed with it while posting about it every 17 minutes. So when the broader market dealing with energy risk, war risk, index concentration, a massive SpaceX liquidity event, Japan carry trade, instability, and treasury stress, you do not analyze AMC like it's trading in a peaceful fish tank. You analyze it sitting in the middle of the fireworks warehouse while somebody outside is smoking and saying, "Relax, bro." That is why this battlefield matters. It gives context to everything else we are about to discuss. If the market were healthy, broad, liquid, transparent, and stable, then maybe AMC's violent movement would be easier to dismiss as just dilution, just technicals, just retail emotion, or just another meme stock spasm. But that is not the market we are in. We are in a market where headlines, indexes can look strong because a few giants are doing heavy lifting. We are in a market where oil and shipping routes risks can flip inflation expectations and fast. We are in a market where Japan's currency and rate situation can shake global leverage. And just so you know how much that can shake in a global leverage standpoint, if the yen were to strengthen, that means our treasuries are weakened. And if that happens, the treasury can get to a 500 billion a week clip. Yeah, 500 billion a week. They don't have that. We're in a market where the treasury demand is not dead, but the cost of demand matters. We are in a market where giant IPOs can absorb liquidity instead of releasing it cleanly. And we are in a market where retail order flow, off-exchange execution, option hedging, and institutional positioning can make a public chart look cleaner than an actual fight underneath. So before anyone says AMC is just moving funny, understand the battlefield. AMC is sitting inside a pressure system, not a normal tape. Oil risk is alive. War risk is alive. Inflation risk is alive. Treasury pressure is alive. Carry trade risk, well, it's alive. Index concentration is extreme. Liquidity is not clean. And Wall Street keeps running the same little bedtime story. Everything is fine. Look at the green indexes. No, look at the pipes. Look at the debt. Look at the flows. Look at who has to buy, who has to sell, who is trapped by rules, who is finding or who is hiding behind off-exchange routing, and who benefits when retail gets tired and walks away. That is why we start here. Because if you do not understand the battlefield, every red candle looks like defeat and every green candle looks like salvation. That is exactly how they keep retail emotional. But this show is not built on emotion first. It is built on structure first. And once you see the battlefield around AMC, then the next question becomes even sharper. If the outside market is already this unstable, why does AMC's own price action feel so disconnected from the volume, the pressure, and the retail conviction sitting underneath it? That is where we go next. Because the chart looks drunk, because the market plumbing is hiding the fight. Flow don't lie, just kidding. I mean, maybe it's bullish. Where am I? Carry on. It's just normal volatility. Daily outlook, bullish as fuck. Off-exchange activity, HFT turbo sauce, dark pools, what? Internalized and monetized, liquidity fairy? Bro, what is even happening? Hodl, I just bought the dip. Now bring it back to AMC, because this is where the average person watching the stock starts feeling like they are being gaslit by a chart with a gambling problem. The reason AMC price feels fake is not because retail woke up one morning and decided, I'm going to invent paranoia as a group hobby. It feels fake because the public price does not look like it's showing the whole fight. Retail sees the volume. Retail sees people buying. Retail sees people holding. Retail sees the emotion, the conviction, the anger, the exhaustion, the pressure. Then the chart acts like somebody unplugged it from the oxygen, kicked the chair out from under it, and told everyone, oh, calm down, folks, calm down. This is just technical analysis. This is the George W. with hanging nutsacks. Everybody, just so you understand. 2 circles around either V, George W. hanging nutsack. Technical analysis, please. Sometimes the charts look like price discovery and more like a crime scene with candlesticks. That is why some people are frustrated. They're not crazy for asking questions. They are watching the stock with massive retail attention. Violent price swings, huge volume days, fresh share issuance, option pressure, short pressure, and off-exchange routing all hitting at the same time. That is not a calm stock. That is not normal, sleepy trading. That is a cage fight with the lights half off while the referee keeps pretending he lost the whistle. And every time retail asks why the stock moves like this, the professional explanation always is the same lazy little bedtime story. The chart failed. Amazing. Just amazing. A stock runs, volume explodes, off-exchange flow dominates, and offering hits. Shorts get a fresh talking point, and the answer is just the chart failed. That is not an explanation. That is a Wall Street putting a suit on a shrug. AMC's own filing already tells us this is not normal. Quiet stock moving only because someone bought too much popcorn butter. AMC disclosed that in 2026, the stock traded from an intraday low of 93 cents to an intraday high around $2.90, with daily volume swings from about 14.35 million shares to about 116.93 million shares. Explain that to an average person in plain English. This thing, it did not move like a boring stock. It moved like a pressure cooker. Somebody kept heating it up, cooling it down, shaking, and then acting shocked when steam started screaming out the side. That is not a small movement. That is a violent movement. That is enough range and volume to tell any honest person that AMC is not just drifting around based on the price of movie tickets and whether somebody bought nachos at the concession stand. More importantly, AMC itself warned that some of its volatility may reflect market and trading dynamics unrelated to the underlying business, macro fundamentals, or industry fundamentals. That line matters. That is not some random ape yelling from a basement with a green candle tattoo. That is a company telling investors the stock can be moved by trading mechanics that do not necessarily match the actual business. AMC also pointed to things like short interest, retail investor activity, margin, options, derivatives, hedging, and short squeeze dynamics. So when retail says the stock feels like it's being moved by more than fundamentals, the response should not be laughter. The response should be yes. Even the company's risk language says trading dynamics can matter. This is where the fake feeling price action begins to make sense. Imagine a normal auction. Everyone's in the room. Buyers raise their hand. Sellers raise their hand. The crowd sees who's bidding, who is selling, where pressure builds, and what price clears. That is what the average person thinks a stock market is. They think if a lot of people are buying, the price should visibly react. They think that volume is massive. That pressure should show up cleanly on a public exchange book. But modern market structure is not that simple little auction fantasy they teach people in Baby's first finance pamphlet. A huge amount of trading can happen off exchange through ATSs, wholesalers, internalizers, and member firm reporting channels. Those trades can still print to the tape, but they do not always appear as visible pre-trade demand on a lit exchange book where everybody can watch the fight unfold in real time. That distinction is everything. So, I'm going to read it again so everybody understands this. A huge amount of trading can happen off exchange through ATSs, wholesalers, internalizers, and member firm reporting channels. Those trades can still print to the tape, but they do not always appear as visible pre-trade demand on a lit exchange book where everyone can see the fight unfold in real time. Off exchange does not automatically mean illegal. We have to be precise. Off exchange trading is real, regulated part of the market. FINRA itself publishes OTC transparency data for ATS and non-ATS member firm trades reported to FINRA facilities. So the issue is not dark pools equal crime. That is too simple. And simple gets you mocked by people who survive by pretending complexity is their private property. The issue is price discovery. If most people or most of the volume is not being displayed in a lit market before execution, then the public may be seeing the final prints without seeing the full pre-trade battle and create them. Well, that creates them. That is like hearing a crowd roar, but not being allowed to watch the game. Then being told you are crazy for asking who scored. Now apply that to our model. From the daily off-exchange data we calculated, AMC has averaged around 77% of off-exchange trading since January. That means only around 23% of the volume has been happening on lit exchanges, where the public can actually see the order book fight in real time. I'm not saying that one number proves the entire case. We are not doing sloppy. We are not doing one screenshot equals prison time. But that number matters because it means the public price may be formed through a much smaller visible window, while the majority of the volume happens away from the lit exchange battlefield. And I'm going to pause there for 2 seconds, and just so you guys understand and can hear this, is that I developed a model. This model is basically all about AMC, GME. It's starting to add more MMTLP to it just because the links between certain aspects of their legal cases do directly affect and directly demand certain things from AMC and GME by themselves. And so what this model does is that it will take forms of evidence. So if I have, let's just say I have something that appeared in a court, maybe a bankruptcy, or maybe it was a certain filing that was a court docket. It will take that and then it will say, okay, I found this, either public record, court order, court form, some form of actual proof. It will take that into account. Then it will go search for the next item that it needs. And it continuously starts finding, looking, and it keeps on doing that until it gets to what I call the smoking gun. So, Matt, if he was here, Matt would be able to explain to you, because I say it all the time, and I tell my computer, hey, go find the smoking gun. And it will tell me what I find, what I have, what I can use, what can be verified, what can be sourced as incomplete. And it basically divides and conquers. So this way I get the most accurate bits of information first. It runs through Pacer. It runs through a bunch of different platforms and actual physical blockchains. So, yeah, I keep on doing this every day for the most part, just so this way I can be as accurate as I possibly can when I'm presenting this stuff to you. So this way you guys understand how this works. Put it in normal person math. If AMC trades 100 million shares in a day and 77 million of those trades are off exchange, then about 23 million shares are happening in visible lit market fight. The other 77 million still exist. They still print, they still count, as volume, but they are not the same as visible buy pressure stacking up on a public exchange book before execution. So retail can look at a huge volume day and ask, how the hell did we trade that much? And the price, well, it still feels like it got dropped through a roof. The question is not stupid. It is actually the correct question, because volume by itself does not tell you where the pressure was displayed, how it was routed, who internalized it, how it interacted with liquidity, whether the market maker hedged around it or whether the lit market ever got to see the full demand. That is why the stock feels fake. Retail is watching a scoreboard without being allowed to see the full game. The price can be technically real and still incomplete as a story. That is the part people need to understand. And when I say that the price feels fake, I am not saying the quoted price is imaginary. I'm saying the path to that price may be filtered through a market structure that hides too much of the battlefield from the public view. A candle can be real and still not tell the whole truth. A chart can be accurate and still be missing the fingerprints. That is not conspiracy. That is market structure. Now stacked the offering. On top of that, AMC completed $150 million at the market offering through about 105.3 million shares, and then AMC priced a registered direct offering of 95.25 million shares at $2.10. That is real delusion. Nobody serious denies it. But if you pretend the only thing happening is dilution, you are taking the one ingredient out of the pot and pretending you explained the whole damn stew. The stock was already volatile. The volume, well, it's already violent. Our model says the off-exchange percentage was already extreme. The option chain had its own pressure. Shorts had their own narrative. Retail had its own conviction. Then the offering hits, and the market says, see? Technical failure. No. That's too lazy. The offering may explain part of the move, but it does not erase the off-exchange structure, the option pressure, the short pressure, or the fact that AMC itself warned the stock can move based on trading dynamics outside fundamentals. This is where the average person has to understand the two things can be true. And at the same time, the offering can hurt the chart in the short term, and the offering can still help fight the bankruptcy thesis over the longer term. The same event can give shorts a fresh baseball bat today and give AMC more runway tomorrow. The same dilution that makes retail angry in the moment can be part of the company's plan to repay debt, strengthen cash, lower interest pressure, and survive long enough for the business recovery to matter. That does not mean the chart does not hurt. It does. It feels like getting hit with a folding chair while someone explains balance sheet strategy, but pain is not proof that the move had no purpose. And that is why the chart failed explanation does not satisfy me. Did the chart fail because natural sellers overwhelmed buyers on a clean lit market? Did it fail because dilution fear got weaponized? Did it fail because of off-exchange routing absorbed visible demand? Did it fail because market makers hedged option exposure? Did it fail because shorts pressed the offering narrative? Did it fail because algorithms anchor price around the offering level? Did it fail because retail buying pressure was routed in a way that printed volume but did not show up on full display demand? Those are different questions. The people who want you exhausted prefer one answer. Chart failed. Move on. That is not analysis. That is a lullaby for people who do not want you looking under floorboards. This is also where the psychology of the stock comes in. AMC Retail has been through years of emotional warfare, run-ups, rug pulls, filings, offerings, ape, conversions, reverse split, debt exchanges, box office recoveries, media attacks, analyst mockery, dilution charts, and endless AMC is dead. Funeral speeches from people who keep showing up to the funeral, even though the body, where'd it go? Body keeps walking around ordering popcorn. And so when the stock moves violently again, retail does not just see a candle. Retail sees a pattern. Retail sees the same tree shaking behavior. Retail sees hope created and then punished. Retail sees volume explode, price discovery disappear into the fog. Retail sees the market act like the only two explanations are dilution or bad chart, while ignoring the hidden plumbing underneath. Now, does that prove every ugly move illegal? No. And we need to be honest about that. The stock can fall for legal reasons. Dilution matters, debt matters, cash flow matters, selling pressure matters, risk off markets matter, options positioning matter. A bearish headline can hurt. A weak balance sheet can hurt. Nobody should pretend that AMC is immune from normal financial reality just because retail loves the stock. That is not the point. The point is that AMC is not only normal financial reality. The normal financial reality pulls off exchange routing plus retail ownership, plus short pressure, plus option pressure, plus capital raises, plus media narratives, plus a long-running market structure fight that still has open questions. That is why this section matters so much, because before we get into the deeper evidence model, people need to understand the basic frame. AMC price feels fake because of the visible chart may be showing only part of the fight. AMC's own filing acknowledges extreme volatility and trading dynamics beyond fundamentals. FINRA data frameworks confirm off-exchange trading is real and a real category, not an ape hallucination. Our model calculates that AMC has averaged around 77% off-exchange trading since January. AMC completed major equity offerings that created real dilution pressure, but also supported balance sheet survival. And when all of that hits at once, the chart can look like a clean technical failure, while the real story is a messy collision of market structure, capital raising, hedging, short pressure, and retail conviction. So the next time somebody says, AMC just failed technically, ask them what they mean. Ask them how much volume was lit versus off exchange. Ask them how much buying pressure was displayed before execution. Ask them what the option chain looked like. Ask them what the borrow situation looked like. Ask them what the offering timing did to market psychology. Ask them whether the price action matched fundamental or trading mechanics. Ask them why a stock with this much volume and this much retail attention keeps moving. Like, the public is only showed or allowed to watch the shadow of the fight on the wall? Good question. Because that is the real issue. Retail is not asking for fairy tales. Retail is asking why the scoreboard does not seem to match the violence on the field. And before we can talk about vaulted doors, custody chains, BDRs, tokens, locates, stock loans, and the missing records, we have to understand the basic problems sitting right in front of us. The AMC chart may be real, but the chart may not be the whole truth. And if the chart is not the whole truth, then the next question becomes obvious. Where's the rest of the fight trading or hiding? That is where we go to next. The 77% off-exchange blender, dilution, dark pipes, and a chart wearing a fake mustache. You know, kind of like that fake financial advisor. I'm a financial advisor. Now, this is where the whole AMC story starts looking less like a normal stock chart and more like somebody through dilution, off-exchange routing, short pressure, option hedging, retail emotion, debt cleanup, and Wall Street gaslighting into a blender. Hit, liquefy, and then serve it to the public with a tiny umbrella labeled technical failure. That is the section where we have to sit down, because if people do not understand this part, they will keep falling for the same lazy explanation every time AMC moves violently. The market loves giving retail one-worded answers. Always. Less is more in their eyes. Remember that. Less is more. So, there it goes. Sorry, I had to crack my back. But move on. That's not analysis. That is Wall Street throwing a blanket over a crime scene and calling it interior design. From the daily off-exchange data we calculated in our model, AMC has averaged about 77% off-exchange trading since January. Let that breathe for just a second. Because that number is not a little side note. That is the front door to the understanding why the stock feels so disconnected from what retail sees with its own eyes. If AMC is averaging about 77% off exchange, that means only around 23% of the volume has been happening on a lit exchange where the public can actually watch the order book fight the real... hold on 1 second. I lost my position. Son of a bitch. Fight in real time. That does not automatically prove a crime. It does not... It's not going to stand here and say, 77% case closed, man. Everybody grab a jumpsuit. That would be sloppy. And sloppy is how they dismiss retail. Sloppy. Just think about that word. Think about what people say and don't actually show anything to back it up. Think about that. Because your stock can have a hell of a lot more answers to it. If you actually have people that are understanding it and saying it correctly. If people aren't saying things correctly, it is so much easier for the street to dismiss you. To basically say you don't, no, because you don't understand how this works, or you don't understand how that works. But if you understand it, you know, and you can talk about it, you are the worst enemy in the world. It was funny when this whole thing happened with my computer today, and I'm not getting off topic. I'll get to my point. Matt was just like, there's got to be somebody like up above, like from the heavens, or somebody in, financial God world that does not like you. I'm like, well, yeah, I've come to that conclusion as myself. And just to say that, like, here's my form. So my dad was with my brother going to some lacrosse tournament this weekend out in like Rockford, which is, it's a hike from Chicago. But he's out in Rockford right now, and his phone didn't work until 6 p.m. today. It wasn't like off, but like he would get one ring right to voicemail. The texts were barely coming through, if you were lucky. And all this happened at the same exact time my thing happened with mine. And here's the thing that correlates us. My dad's also James. So a little interesting, right? I just, thought of that. So, but it absolutely proves price discovery is cloudy as hell. It proves the public is watching AMC through a keyhole, while most of the action is happening behind the wall. Think about it like a normal person, not like a Wall Street lawyer trying to make a sewer pipe sound like a spa treatment. if AMC trades 100 million shares in a day and our model says 77% is off exchange, or I'm sorry, of that is volume, is off exchange, then around 23 million shares are happening where the public can see the live visible auction. Those 77 million off-exchange shares still print. They still count as volume. They still show up after execution, but they are not the same as a visible demand stacking up in front of everybody before the trade happens. Hey, hold on. Hold on.
Hey!
Go on. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's not the same. Yeah, I mean, you could. It could be. Hey, I got it. You know what? That is Deadpool's super evil cousin. Oh. Yeah. Well, mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, but like, that's what I love about our model, though. I mean, that model is so, I love that thing because it does, it's efficient. I mean, that, man, you could tell them like about like when I go ahead and search stuff. Yeah. 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 You gotta nudge it. You just give it it's like gravity. All it needs is a little push. Oh, completely left field. But that's my favorite part is when it just is like, oh, I got something for you. Ho, ho, ho. You're going to be happy. Like, but. Oh, but okay. So the only way I know that my computer isn't compromised is if it speaks like an ass to me. Like, it has to be an absolute, like, when it's talking to me, and Matt's seen it also, like, it's, when it's, like, saying what it's saying, he's like, all right, listen here, fucker, this is what this is. I'm like, he's like, what? I'm like, yeah, that's how I know it works. It's awesome. Because it does it, that's how it talks back to me. So this way I know it's okay. It's when it's polite that I know that there's something wrong. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Yep. It's correct. The same. Yeah, but here's the other part that you got to understand too. That doesn't just apply for just a normal retail ape. Like, you guys have no idea how many. Yeah, I get so many DMs that basically just say, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know this, or this." I'm like, "Oh, really? This is what the structure says. This is what this says. This is how this goes. Can you explain it to me off of a whim, please?" Yeah, exactly. Regardless, and my mind is a Rolodex. Yeah. Oh no. Listen, I'm. Wait. Hold on. This is from the findings of the SEC directly. You were going against the SEC. This is what they're saying. Click, and he literally left the room. It was the funniest shit I've ever seen. The best was still my arch nemesis T-Dog. That was my favorite of all time. Oh. Yeah, I know. That's the best part. But I love doing that shit. That's my favorite. Like, honestly, if you just think I'm just, blah, 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 blah. What are you talking about? Oh, it's exactly what this filing says right here. Do you have a question? No. Okay, good. Thanks. I'll continue now. Like, I mean, that's a win. Yeah. But you're up against that every day, and it's from a different avenue and from a different person, and then somebody gets added to the equation. Mm-hmm. Huh. Oh, yeah. No. Which is so that's exactly so here real quick. So I'm going to finish that. They still show up after execution, but they are not the same as a visible demand stacking up in front of everybody before the trade happens. That is the difference between watching the fight live and being handed a receipt afterwards. While someone says, "Trust us, it was fair. Thank you." The mysterious financial plumbing goblin. Very comforting. This is why the average investor gets confused. They look at the volume and say, how the hell did we trade that many shares and the price still act like it got dropped off a roof? That is not a dumb question. That is the right question. Volume by itself does not tell you where the order flow went, how much of it hit the lit market, and how much was internalized, how much was matched off exchange, and how much was handled by wholesalers or ATS, how market makers hedged around it, or whether real buying pressure ever got a clean chance to show itself on a public exchange book. Now, FINRA's own reporting framework confirms there is ATS and non-ATS member firm off-exchange trading. So off-exchange trading is not some imaginary monster retail invented because the candles were mean. It was a real category inside the market structure. The issue is not whether it existed. The issue is whether, or is what happened to price discovery when it dominates the tape. That is why I say that the chart can be real and still not tell the whole truth. The quoted price is real. The candle is real. The close is real. But the path to that price may be filtered through a structure that hides too much of the fight from public view. A scoreboard can be accurate and still not show you that one team was playing in fog while one team had the lights off and the referee was selling popcorn to the short side. When people say AMC price feels fake, they are not always saying the number on the screen is imaginary. They are saying the process behind that number does not look clean, transparent, or complete. That is a different argument, and it is a much stronger one. So now take that 77% off exchange structure and add the offering into the same blender. AMC runs, volume explodes, retail starts getting excited, the chart starts waking up, people start asking if the pressure is finally building into something real. Then AMC price a registered direct offering at $2.10 for 95.25 million shares. And before that, AMC had already completed $150 million at the market offering through approximately 105.3 million shares. So now the stock is dealing with momentum, dilution fear, short pressure, hedge pressure, option pressure, retail emotion, and off-exchange routing all at the same time. That is not one clean event. That is a pile-up on the freeway, and Wall Street is standing there with a clipboard saying, actually, this is just lane discipline. This is why price action feels violent. The offering gives bears a weapon in the short term. They scream dilution, like they discover gravity. Algorithms can drag the price towards the offering level. Shorts get a fresh talking point. Media people get to dust off the same funeral speech they have been reading since 21. Retail sees the stock run and then gets slapped down, and it feels like the tree got shaken again. I get that. Anyone pretending it does not hurt is lying or has an emotional callus made of concrete. When a stock is trying to break loose and an offering hits, it feels like getting hit with a folding chair while someone politely explains balance sheet strategy. But this is where the lazy analysts fall apart. The offering can hurt the chart today while weakening the bankruptcy thesis tomorrow. Both things can be true at the exact same time. That is the part people need to understand. Because Wall Street loves forcing retail into fake choices. They want you to think it has to be all good or all bad. Either the offering is genius or the offering is betrayal. Either dilution means death or dilution means nothing. That is childish. Real markets are messier. A move can be painful in the short term and strategic in the long term. A move can give shorts a baseball bat today while giving the company oxygen tomorrow. A move can shake retail emotionally while still helping AMC attack debt, strengthen liquidity, extend runways, and survive long enough for the business recovery to matter. AMC said the recent offering was intended to bring in roughly $200 million of gross proceeds, with the company pointing to debt repayments, cash reserves, and investments back into theaters. Specifically, the company discussed redeeming $125.5 million of senior subordinate notes due in 2027, lowering annual cash interest expenses by about $7.7 million, and strengthening the balance sheet, increasing cash reserves, and making targeted investments in seating upgrades and premium screens at higher grossing theaters. That matters, because if money is being used to reduce debt pressure and push bankruptcy argument further away, then the offering is not just dilution floating in space like a dirty word. It is dilution attached to a survival strategy. Now, let's be honest. Dilution's real. It hurts. It affects existing shareholders. It gives shorts another talking point, can pressure the stock, can make retail feel like the goalposts move again. Nobody serious should deny that, but context matters. Dilution to die is one thing, dilution to survive, raise cash, repay debt, lower interest expense, extend the runway, and keep company alive long enough for the box office recovery to matter is a completely different story. That is the question people like Rich Greenfield and the professional bear chorus never want to answer honestly. They want to try and scream dilution, like the word itself ends the debate. Fine. Dilution happened. Now answer the adult question. Dilution for what? Because if the answer is dilution to avoid bankruptcy, dilution to fight the debt wall, dilution to strengthen liquidity, destruction, or dilution to keep the company alive, dilution to buy time for Hollywood to recover, then the story changes. It does not become painless. It does not become beautiful. It doesn't suddenly feel good, but it becomes understandable. It becomes a survival weapon. Ugly weapon? Yes. Painful weapon? Absolutely. But still a weapon. And survival is exactly what the short thesis did not want. That is why AMC diluted 89 times. Style chart are not the mic drop they think they are. They are designed to scare people with one giant number and skip the entire battlefield around it. I hope you like the answer, mercenary. Yes, AMC's share counts has increased dramatically. Yes, retail paid a brutal price through dilution, ape conversions, reverse split, debt exchanges, and offerings. But the question is not whether AMC paid a price. The question is whether the price kept AMC alive when Wall Street wanted the company trapped against the debt wall with no flexibility. The dilution chart proves AMC paid a brutal survival cost. It does not prove the fight is over. It does not prove AMC is dead. It proves AMC chose the ugly door instead of the bankruptcy door. And that is where Ape belongs in this story. Ape was ugly. Ape was hated. Ape hurt. And I'm not going to pretend retail loved every second of it. A lot of retail hated it. And I understand why. Oh, of course they did. But I understand the why behind it. Because it wasn't... Yeah, it was... Yeah, and that's because Ape was not some random circus trick pulled out of a hat because AMC has nothing better to do on a Tuesday. Ape gave AMC capital raising path when common share authorization was boxed in. The initial Ape dividend went to existing shareholders, but the structure also gave AMC a future financing tool. Later, issuance and conversion created dilution, yes, but they also gave AMC flexibility to raise capital, exchange debt, reduce pressure, and keep the company moving when the shorts wanted it pinned down with no exits. Yeah, 13K. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. No, that was a win-win for us. My Ape story is a little bit... it's more gratifying to me, but what I found out because of it was... It's honestly a huge springboard for you, the regular retail shareholder. And because it was a story about AMC when it was a privately held company. And the head of that board of the privately held AMC Corporation just happened to be JP Morgan, was the head of that board. They gave a private equity to their board members. That board members' private equity was considered a debt vessel, basically. It was all of the trades that were being compounded into AMC because it was a privately held company. They could just basically wash rinse all their debt using AMC's equity. And so because of that, once AMC became a publicly traded company again, and that old board was basically, shut out and basically kicked to the curb, Adam Aaron gave you guys a wonderful gift. And that gift was Ape. And what that did is because that converted that private equity from its common class share, where it was, I think it was class B, right? That was because that's what Ape is now. So correct. Yeah. Correct. Correct. So what happens to that then? It's alive. Yeah, but it gives you the retail shareholder, the actual equity. It is still out there, regardless, because it's through, let's just say, it could be the death pool. It could be in the BDR vault. Where else could it be? It could be in the I know, the FTX token AMC and FTX token Ape. The Miami X in Bermuda has Apettes. Maybe some Heckler coins too. Who knows? We'll find out. But this is a part of the short seller crowd does not want you to say out loud. They wanted AMC trapped. They wanted the debt wall. They wanted no flexibility. They wanted no oxygen, wanted no recovery window, wanted no capital path. Bankruptcy to stay on the table like a loaded gun pointed at the company's head. Ape gave AMC a door. It was an ugly door. It was a painful door. It was a door that made retail furious, confused, exhausted, suspicious. But it was still a door. And when a company is fighting for survival after COVID shutdowns, debt pressures, slow box office recovery, Hollywood strike damage, and nonstop market attacks, sometimes the door you hate is still better than the wall the shorts wanted you to hit. So no Ape was no flexibility, maybe no comeback. That is the hard truth. People can debate the execution. People can argue about timing. People can be angry about the reverse split, the conversion, and the dilution. I'm not here to tell people how to feel, but I am saying the strategic purpose cannot be ignored just because the medicine tasted like gasoline. Ape helped create a path to raise capital and fight the bankruptcy thesis. That is not hype. That is not the frame, or that is the frame. Now bring it back to the 77% off exchange problem. When a stock is already dealing with the dilution pressure, the last thing retail needs is for most of the trading volume to be happening away from the lit market where public demand can be seen clearly. That is why this section is important. Dilution alone, one pressure. Off exchange routing, another pressure. Option hedging, another pressure. Short positioning is another pressure. Retail conviction, another pressure. When all of those forces hit at the same time, the public chart can look like a clean technical failure, even when the real story is a messy collision of hidden pipes, capital strategies, and market psychology. So when people say the chart failed, I ask better questions. Did the chart fail because natural sellers overwhelmed buyers in a clean lit market? Did it fail because, dilution fear got weaponized? Did it fail because off-exchange routing absorbed visible demand? Or did it fail market maker hedging option exposure? Did it fail because short pressure, the offering narrative? Did it fail because algorithms anchored price around the offering level? Did it fail because retail buying pressure printed as volume but did not show up as full displayed demand before execution? Or did it all fail did it fail because the public was only allowed to watch the shadow of the fight on the wall? Those questions matter because technical failures is often just a fancy way of saying, please stop asking how the sausage got made. But I want to know how the sausage got made. I want to know who touched it, who routed it, who internalized it, who borrowed it, who hedged it, who sold options against it, who loaned the shares, who located the shares, who failed to deliver, who got exempted, who settled, who did it, who did not, and who benefited when the retail got exhausted. That is not conspiracy. That is market structure research with a pulse. And we also need to talk about the option chain. And we're going to go into this a little bit in depth for you guys. And the reason why is because there are tweets and it is teaching you guys wrong. And it is the reason why you get dismissed. And I'm not here to get you dismissed. So we're going to talk about the option chain because AMC does not move inside a simple buy-sell world. A call-heavy option chain can create pressure if price rises and dealers need to hedge. A failed move can also unwind pressure if momentum dies or if calls decay. If an open interest put call ratio stays extremely call heavy, even after dilution fear and price damage, then the question is why? Did bullish positioning stay alive underneath the chart? Are traders still leaning into upside? Are calls being sold against stock? Are market makers hedging dramatically or dynamically? Is the chain crowded? Is it a weapon or a trap? The answers depend on the data. But the point is that the option chain is a part of the machine. Anyone explaining AMC without option pressure is explaining a cage fight with only describing the shoes. This is why AMC is not a one-layer trade. It is not just retail versus shorts. It is retail, shorts, market makers, institutions, option dealers, off-exchange flows, dilution pressure, debt pressure, media narrative, capital strategy, and a company trying to survive long enough for the box office recovery to matter. Okay, well, thanks. The market can use the offering to attack the price today, while Adam Aaron may be using the offering to attack the bankruptcy thesis tomorrow. Shorts can celebrate dilution while quietly losing the easiest bankruptcy argument. Retail can feel punched in the mouth while the company gains breathing room. The chart can look ugly while the balance sheet path improves underneath. That is the cage. That is the contradiction. That is why simple takes fail. And let me say this plainly for the average person. AMC's price feels fake because the public is not watching a clean little auction where all the buyers and sellers line up in a transparent room and politely discover price like a textbook diagram. The public is watching a stock where huge shares of volume have been off-exchanged, where major share issuance hit into momentum, where debt strategy and dilution strategy are tied together, where option pressure matters, where retail psychology is part of the battle, and where shorts are trying to keep the bankruptcy narrative alive while the company keeps finding ways to buy time. That is why one red candle does not explain the story. That is why one dilution chart does not explain the story. And that is why one technical failure excuse does not explain the story. The better explanation is this. AMC is being blended. The market is blending real dilution with off-exchange routing. It is blending debt cleanup with short-term fear. It is blending retail conviction with hidden execution. It is blending option pressure with algorithmic price behavior. It is blending survival strategy with price pain, and then it pours the whole thing into a glass, sticks a fake mustache on a chart, and tells retail, nothing weird here, just normal markets. Right. And I have a bridge to sell you in a dark pool. That is why both sides can be true at the exact same time. Yes, dilution happened. Yes, dilution hurts. Yes, the offering gave shorts a weapon. Yes, charts damage. But yes, the money can also strengthen AMC. Yes, debt reduction can weaken the bankruptcy thesis. Ape created flexibility when common share authorization was boxed in. The off-exchange structure can make the price feel disconnected from volume. The market may be showing retail the candle while hiding the plumbing behind the candle. And if those pipes ever get exposed through the right records, the entire conversation changes. That is the cage. That is why the 77% off exchange number matters. That is why the offering cannot be discussed without the market structure around it. That is why dilution cannot be discussed without debt, survival, ape, and the bankruptcy thesis. That is why this is not a simple AMC good or AMC bad story. This is a pressure system. This is a stock stuck between survival strategy and market structure fog. This is retail. This is retail trying to read a chart while the real fight may be happening behind the wall. And once you understand that, the next question becomes unavoidable. If the public chart is only showing part of the fight, what records would show the rest of it? What document would prove whether the hidden pipes are connected? And what would turn breadcrumbs into a chain? That is where the vault doors come in next. The vault doors, where the receipts stop being cute and start getting dangerous. We were supposed to hide these. Follow the money. If you ever notice in every financial thriller or financial documentary or stock documentary or anything like that, have you noticed that they always say follow the money in every one of them? Because that's what they all do. Burry didn't find out about the mortgages until he followed the money and showed where the payments were not being made. That's the whole point. If you follow the money will give you the answer. Sometimes it goes here. Sometimes it needs to be used for other trades or other baskets or other metals. Yeah. Hence why the bonds were worthless. And so now we get to the vault doors. And this is where the show stops being just a market rant and starts becoming an evidence map with teeth. This is the part Wall Street hates, because jokes are fine, memes are fine, angry retail is fine, but records? Uh-oh. Records are where the clown makeup starts running. Records are where the cute little nothing to see here speech suddenly needs a lawyer. A footnote Three people in compliance pretending they were on lunch break when the plumbing exploded. This is where our research model matters, because we're not just grabbing breadcrumbs, throwing them at a wall and yelling proof because some logo appeared next to another logo in a corporate diagram. That is how retail gets dismissed. That is how real questions get buried under sloppy conclusions. Our model separates four things: confirmed fact, plausible connection, unsolved gaps, and decisive records. That is the difference between being loud and being dangerous. Loud gets ignored. Dangerous knows exactly which document to ask for. The vault doors are not slogans. The vault doors are not vibes. Vault doors are not, I saw a screenshot on X and now everyone is going to prison by lunch. The vault doors are records, real records. The kind of actual titles, QSIPs, quantities, dates, custodians, sub-custodians, borrower status, pledge status, transfer history, settlement history, and signatures from people who suddenly forgot how email works. That is what matters. It's one of them. Because if the AMC price is being distorted by hidden pipes, synthetic exposure, recycled locates, tokenized claims, BDR structures, stock lending, or off-exchange routing games, then the proof will not be found in another motivational meme. It will be found in the documents that show who held what, when did they held it, and whether they used the same thing twice. The first vault door is a stock loan and locate record. That is where I want the flashlight pointed. Show me who was lending AMC. Show me who was borrowing AMC. Show me what inventory broker we're using to approve short sales. Show me when shares were available, when they disappeared, when borrow got tight, and whether locates were real, stale, duplicated, recycled, or based on some fancy inventory that should have never counted in the first place. A locate is supposed to mean a broker has reasonable grounds to believe shares can be borrowed and delivered by settlement. In normal person language, before you sell something short, someone is supposed to make sure the share can actually be found. I know, shocking concept. Crazy. I mean, just crazy. Wall Street discovering that you should not sell what you cannot deliver is apparently harder than landing a rocket on a boat. If a broker used real, clean, deliverable AMC inventory, fine, show it. If a broker used projected inventory, questionable inventory, token linked exposure, BDR linked shares, ETF creation, redemption inventory, market maker access, or some internalized trust me bro bucket dressed up as available supply, then that is where the vault starts cracking. Because that would be helpful. That would be like a bat. But because the question is not just whether shorts existed, the question is whether the system had enough real shares, and I mean clean locates, deliverable inventory to support what was being sold, hedged, lent, and reported. That is the difference between a normal short market and a financial clown car with a locate sticker slapped on the windshield. The second vault door is failed to deliver and forced buy-in records. FTDs by themselves are not the whole story, and we have to be precise. A failed to deliver failed to deliver does not, is not some secret AMC Death Star floating behind the moon. Sometimes failed to delivers for boring operational reasons, but persistent fails around pressure points matter. Spikes matter. Repeated settlement problems matter. Fails that line up with violent price action, high short volume, off exchange dominance, option pressure, or liquidity stress, that matters. If shares were supposed to be delivered and they do not, then the next question is why? Was it operational? Was it liquidity? Was it a locate problem? Was it a market maker exemption being stretched like a gas station taffy? Was it tied to ETF mechanics? Was it tied to option hedging? And was it tied to off-exchange internalization? Was somebody using the system like a revolving door where obligations kept moving just far enough to avoid becoming obvious? That is why forced buy-in records matter too. If settlement fails persist, the market has mechanisms that can force delivery or buy-ins under certain circumstances, but the public rarely sees the full story in a way normal people can understand. Retail sees a chart. Retail sees volume. Retail sees, frustration, pressure, maybe sitting in clearing, settlement, stock loan desks, locate files, and broker exception reports. That is the part hidden behind the curtain. Everybody wants to talk about candles because candles are easy. I want to know who failed to deliver the firewood. The third vault door is off-exchange routing by day. We already have our calculated 77% off-exchange average for AMC since January. That number matters, but the real weapon is the daily table. Date by date, trade or total volume, off-exchange percentage, lit exchange percentage, short volume, short exempt volume, borrower feed, shares available, option open interest, put call ratio, open, high, low, close, new catalyst, filing catalyst, offering catalyst, box office catalyst. That is the table that turns frustration into a map. Because once we line those data points up, we can stop arguing in fog and start saying, on this exact day, AMC moved violently. Volume exploded. This much traded off exchange. This much short volume. This was the borrower picture. This was the option chain. This was the corporate news. That is how you build a case. Not with screaming, with alignment. FINRA's own market structure makes this possible because off-exchange OTC transparency data exists for ATS and non-ATS member firms trading reported to FINRA facilities. That means off-exchange is not a conspiracy word. It is a reporting category. The problem is the average investor does not get the whole movie. They get delayed data, partial windows, summarized categories, and a market narrative that acts like everything is clean because the final price is printed. That is like saying a restaurant is clean because the receipt has nice font. I want to see the kitchen. The fourth vault door is the option chain. This matters because AMC is not just a share trading story. AMC has always been an option pressure story too. If the open interest put call ratio stays extremely call heavy, even after an offering, a sell off, a dilution fear, then the question becomes why? If everyone really turned bearish, why did the chain not normalize more? Are traders still sitting in calls because they expect upside? Are calls being sold against stock? Are market makers hedging dynamically? Is the chain overcrowded and dangerous? Is it a spring, a trap, or both? Options can create pressure when price rises and dealers have to hedge. Options can also decay, collapse, and drain momentum if the move fails. So anyone pretending options do not matter in AMC is trying to explain a cage fight by describing the wallpaper. The fifth vault door is a custody chain. And this is where the research gets serious enough to make the suits start checking whether the conference room is soundproof. This is where Brazilian BDRs, European tokenized stocks, FTX, CM equities, IBKR, MIAX, BSX, Citadel routing questions, and other infrastructure breadcrumbs enter the model. These are not random dots to me. These are possible doors, but I am not going to lie to the audience and say every door is automatically a smoking gun. That is how you lose credibility. The smoking gun is not the entry exists, or the entity exists. The smoking gun is the account statement. The smoking gun is the custody record. The smoking gun is the document that shows the AMC or Ape QSIP, the quantity, the account title, the custodian, the sub-custodian, the lending status, the lien status, the pledge status, and the transfer history. BDRs matter because the Brazilian depository receipt is a certificate traded in Brazil that represents shares of a foreign company. That means somewhere in the structure, the question becomes what foreign shares backed the receipt, who holds them, under what custody chain, and how many receipts correspond to how many underlying shares. A BDR by itself is not proof of wrongdoing. Let me say that again, so the professionally offended do not pretend they did not hear it. A BDR by itself is not proof of wrongdoing, but an AMC-linked BDR exists, or it existed. Then the custody reconciliation matters. Issued BDRs, canceled BDRs, outstanding BDRs, depository records, custodian records, blocked share positions, and the foreign custody account all matter. The question is simple. Did the receipts match cleanly to the underlying shares? And were those underlying shares locked, lent, reused, or counted anywhere else? That is the vault door. Tokenized stocks matter for the same reason. A tokenized stock is supposed to represent exposure to a stock, but the structure can vary. Some tokenized products claimed 1 for 1. backing by real custodial shares. Others may be synthetic or derivative-like exposures. That distinction is everything. If someone says a token represents AMC exposure, the first question should be, what is the token price? The first question should be, where are the underlying shares? If the answer is a real custodian with a clean account statement, show it. If the answer is bilateral contract, synthetic exposure, derivative wrapper, or some offshore claim chain that requires 3 translations and a seance to understand, then do not call it the same thing as owning the stock. That is not being negative. That is understanding counterparty risk. This is why FTX CM equities matter in this model. FTX tokenized stock products were marketed in the broader ecosystem as exposure tied to real world equities, and CM equities was connected to earlier FTX tokenized stock arrangements. Later, FTX collapsed, created a giant bankruptcy mess, and the central question for any stock token product became painfully simple. Where were the actual backing shares, if any, and who controlled the account? That is why the IBKR, which stands for International Brokers Records, is so important. If in the FTX bankruptcy docket, an order directed Interactive Brokers to transfer or liquidate assets in digital assets DAAG IB accounts UXXX 9483 and UXXX 3401, and to provide historical account statements for those accounts. That is not a meme. That is a court record posting to brokerage account statements. And those historical statements are exactly the kind of document that can turn smoke into fire or shut down bad speculation. If those historical IBKR statements show no AMC or Ape, then tell us something. If they show AMC or Ape positions, that tells us something else. If the show positions, transfers, lending, margin, pledges, collateral, corporate action, stock yield activity, or explained movements, that is where the story changes. Not because we guessed it, because the records show it. That is why I keep saying the account statements matter more than any other relationship diagram. A corporate diagram can show who knew who. An account statement shows what was actually held. That is also why MIAX and BSX infrastructure matters. But again, we have to frame it correctly. Miami International Holdings announced a fully integrated trading, clearing, settlement, and depository technology platform for Bermuda Stock Exchange using MIAX proprietary technology. That is a real infrastructure. That is a real pipe. But the pipe existing does not prove AMC flowed through it. A bridge existing does not prove a bank robbery crossed it. What it does prove is that the infrastructure exists. And if the routing, offshore venue access, marketing or market data, settlement, or depository technology becomes part of the AMC question, then that infrastructure belongs on the map. The smoking gun is not MIAX by itself. The smoking gun would be records showing AMC-related orders, inventory, settlement, derivatives, collateral, token claims, or custody exposure. Moving through that infrastructure in a way that mattered to the price, locates, or deliverability. That is why Citadel routing questions matter too. Not because saying the name Citadel automatically solves the case. That is lazy. Citadel is a major market maker and wholesaler. Payments for order flow and internalization, major parts are of modern market structure. The question is not, does Citadel exist? The question is, what percentage of AMC orders flow was routed where? Where was executed internally? What was sent to lit exchanges? What was sent to ATSs or other venues? How much price improvement was given? Whether retail demand was displayed? Whether execution quality matched the public narrative? And whether the routing pattern changed around major volatility events? Again, records, not vibes, records. This is the heart of the evidence model. Confirmed facts are the things we can stand on without wobbling. AMC issued Ape. AMC used Ape and equity tools to raise capital and reduce debt pressure. AMC completed offerings. AMC disclosed volatility and short squeeze risk. FINRA publishes OTC off-exchange data. BDRs exist in foreign share receipt structures. Tokenized stocks can be custodial back or synthetic depending on structure. The FTX bankruptcy docket ordered IBKR historical account statements for specific digital asset DAAG 1B or IB accounts. MIAX BSX infrastructure exists. Those are confirmed building blocks. Plausible connections are where the map interesting but not finished. AMC linked BDR custody questions are plausible. Tokenized AMC exposure questions, very plausible. FTX CM equity IBKR account chain questions are plausible. MIAX BSX infrastructure questions are plausible. Citadel routing and off-exchange execution questions are very plausible. But plausible is not proven. Plausible is a door. Proven is what you find behind the door. Unsolved gaps are the missing pieces that prevent the story from becoming a legal grade chain. We still need the account level custody statements. Need stock loan records. Need locate records. Need daily routing details. Need sub-custodian positions. BDR reconciliation. Token backing records. FTD and buy-in details. Market maker hedges. And inventory records. We need to know whether shares were loaned, pledged, liened, restricted, transferred, or counted twice. We need transaction level proof. Without that, we have a serious investigation, not a verdict. Decisive records are the vault doors. A decisive record would show that AMC or Ape shares allegedly backed one product were also lent, pledged, rehypothecated, transferred, or used as locates somewhere else. A decisive record would show a mismatch between tokenized claims and real custodian shares. A decisive record would show BDR issued quantities failing to reconcile with underlying block shares. A decisive record would show a broker approving locates from inventory that was not actually deliverable. A decisive record would show persistent settlement failures tied to specific counterparties, exemptions used, or inventory problems. A decisive record would show the same shares being counted twice in two different systems. That is the difference between interesting and holy shit and holy hell. And let me make this simple for the average person. Imagine 5 people all claim they have a ticket to the same seat at a movie theater. One person bought it from AMC. One person bought a receipt from Brazil. One person bought a token that says it represents the seat. One person borrowed the seat ticket to sell it short. One person has an IOU from a broker saying, seat should be available, probably don't worry about it. The question is not whether all 5 people feel entitled. The question is whether there is actually one seat, 5 seats, or a ticketing system that let too many claims exist against the same seat. That is the entire vaulted door concept in plain English. Show me the seat map. Show me who holds the ticket. Show me who lent it. Show me who copied it. Show me who promised it twice. Show me who gets embarrassed when the lights come on. That is why we are not looking for another meme. We are looking for a record. We are not trying to win a comment section argument. We are trying to build an evidence trail that separates confirmed fact from speculation and then identifies exactly what document could prove or disprove the theory. That is how you protect the show. That is how you protect the audience. And that is how you make the research hard to dismiss. The joke version is easy. Wall Street built a maze, handed retail a blindfold, and then called us stupid for bumping into the walls. Funny, but the serious version matters more. AMC's price action raises questions because the market structure is complex. Off-exchange trading is heavy. Dilution is debt, and debt strategies are real. Option pressure is real. Custody wrappers exist. Tokenized products exist. BDR structures exist. Bankruptcy era account statements may contain answers that the public has not seen. That combination does not automatically prove misconduct, but it absolutely justifies the investigation. Anyone saying otherwise is not defending market integrity. They're defending the curtains. So when I say vault doors, I mean the records that would force clarity. The daily routing table, stock loan file, locate file, FTD, and buy-in trail, the option hedge and inventory records, the IBKR historical statements, the CM equities, FTX token backing records, the BDR depository and custodian reconciliation, sub-custodian position reports, the account titles, QSIP, the quantity, restrictions, liens, pledge status, transfer history. That is where the fight leaves the memes and the meme world and enters the evidence world. And once you understand what the vault doors are, the next question becomes timing. If the records matter this much, and if the current market structure is already under pressure, how long can the pressure keep building before something has to give? That is where we're going next. The pressure cooker was a calendar, but Wall Street ate the clock. Now, let's talk about the current path and how long this pressure can build, because This is the part everybody wants answered, and nobody wants to hear honesty. Everybody wants to hear a date. Everybody wants an exact candle. Everybody wants the magic line where the market suddenly takes off its fake mustache, admits what it was doing, what it has been doing, and AMC teleports through the ceiling like a chart found a rocket fuel behind the popcorn machine, and I get it. I want answers too. But I'm not going to insult the audience with a fake date, because fake dates are how retail gets emotionally milked like a casino cow wearing a hodled headband. The current path is not about one magic number. It is not about one candle. It is not about one tweet, one chart pattern, option expiration, borrow fee spike, filing, or one analyst having a stroke on live television because AMC still refuses to die. The current path is pressure stacking. That is the cleanest way to explain it. Pressure builds in layers. Debt pressure, dilution pressure, off-exchange pressure, option pressure, short pressure, retail conviction, borrow availability, share availability, FTD pressure, liquidity pressure, box office momentum, macro stress, institutional positioning. Every one of those pieces is a pressure gauge. One gauge moving by itself might not do much. Several gauges moving together can turn a stock from boring to violent so fast the chart, well, it looks like it got jumped scared. Right now, AMC is walking two roads at the same time, and that is why the setup feels so messy. In the short term, the offering created dilution pressure, gave shorts a fresh talking point, and pulled the market's eyes back towards the offering level. AMC price, the registered direct offering at $2.10 for 95.25 million shares. And before that, AMC had already completed the $150 million at the market offering through about 105.3 million shares. That is real supply. That is real dilution pressure. Anyone pretending dilution does not matter is selling fairy dust. Actually, is selling fairy dust. And it's not in a finance costume. Dilution can pressure the chart. Dilution can scare buyers. Dilution can give shorts a bat. Dilution can make retail feel like the tree got shaken again, because it did. But that is only one side of the road. The longer term road is different. The same offering that hurts the chart today may weaken the bankruptcy thesis tomorrow, because AMC said the proceeds are expected to help redeem $125.5 million of senior subordinate notes in 27, reduce annual cash interest by $7.7 million, increase cash reserves, improve debt profile, and fund targeted theater upgrades. That is why the setup cannot be explained without one lazy word like dilution. Yes, dilution happened, but dilution attached to debt reduction, interest savings, cash reserve, runway, and theater investments is not the same as dilution attached to death. One of the companies bleeding out. The other is a company taking a punch to stay in the fight. That is why the short-term and the long-term pictures can look like two different movies playing on the same screen. The short-term chart says pain. The long-term balance sheet says survival attempt. Shorts want everything starting at the pain. A is likely staring at the runway. Retail is staring at both and asking why the hell this always feels like getting hit with a chair while someone explains maturities. That is the honest tension. The market can use the offering to attack the stock today, while AMC uses the offering to attack the bankruptcy thesis tomorrow. Both things can be true at the exact same time, and that is what makes AMC so hard for the average person to read. This is also where the 45-day offering restriction, that matters. In the June registered direct offering language, AMC agreed to a short-term restriction on certain additional share issuance with exceptions, including a registered equity offering at a price exceeding 200% of the offering price. Since the offering price was $210, that 200% threshold points to $420. That does not mean that $420 is some magical launch button. It does not mean that the stock has to go there. It does not mean the minute AMC touches that number, fireworks fly out of Kenny's couch. What it means is that the market now has a reference point. If AMC were to violently run above that kind of level, the capital raising conversion changes again. A higher share price gives AMC more ability to raise capital with less dilution per dollar raised. That can matter for the debt cleanup, covenant relief, liquidity, and long-term flexibility. But price alone does not unlock everything. Price is a tool. Debt cleanup is the work. That is why I keep saying pressure does not release just because retail wants it to. Pressure releases when the system forces it to. A stock can build pressure for weeks or months and then move in days or hours. That is how crowded trades work. That is how leverage works. That is how liquidity works. A soda can does not explode the first time you shake it. It sits there looking harmless while the pressure builds inside. Then someone opens it and acts shocked when the ceiling gets, baptized. AMC can chop, can frustrate, can fake out, can shake people loose, can sit near a level that makes everybody angry. And then, if enough gauges line up, the move can happen fast. Not because magic, because pressure finally found a release valve. The first gauge is price reaction to corporate events. When AMC announces an offering, debt move, box office catalyst, refinancing update, or balance sheet improvement, how does the market react? Does a stock get dragged back towards the offering price? Does volume expand? Does buying pressure appear on exchanges or disappeared into off-exchange pipes? Does it reclaim levels quickly or does it get pinned? The reaction matters more than the headlines by itself. A headline is a spark. The price reaction tells you whether the market was soaked in gasoline or rainwater. The second gauge is volume, but volume alone is not enough because volume without routing context is like hearing thunder and not knowing if it came from a storm or someone dropping furniture upstairs. We need to know how much of the volume traded off exchange and how much traded lit. Our model calculated about 77% off exchange since January, which means the public has often been watching only a minority of the real-time visible fight. If AMC gets huge volume, again, the first question should be not just be how many shares traded. The better question is where did they trade? If the majority of the volume keeps getting absorbed off exchange, price discovery can stay cloudy. If the exchange pressure starts rising while volume expands, that is different. That means more of the fight is happening where the public can actually see it. The third gauge is borrow pressure. If the shares are easy to borrow, shorts can stay more comfortable. If shares available drop, borrow fees rise, lenders recall shares, or short sellers have trouble maintaining positions. Then the trade becomes more expensive and less comfortable. Borrow fees by itself does not guarantee a squeeze. Shares available by itself does not guarantee a squeeze. But if borrow tightens while price is rising, volume is expanding, and option pressure is building, that is when shorts start sweating through their fundamentals costume. The fourth gauge is short interest and settlement pressure. Short interest tells part of the story, but not the whole story. The market has legal shorts, market maker activity, hedging, swaps, ETF, off-exchange prints, and settlement timing issues. That is why FTDs matter as a pressure gauge. A fail to deliver does not automatically prove fraud, but persistent fails around major price and volume events are not something to ignore. If FTDs rise while short volume is heavy, off-exchange routing is extreme, borrowing is tight, and a stock is reacting violently to filings or catalysts, then the settlement side, it deserves attention. That is not screaming crime. That is following smoke before the kitchen magically burns down again. And the fifth gauge is the option chain. AMC has always been an option pressure story, whether people like it or not. If open interest stays heavily call weighted, especially after a stock gets slapped down, that tells us something about positioning. It may mean retail or traders are still leaning towards upside. It may mean calls are being sold against stock. It may mean the claim is crowded, and it may mean dealer hedging could matter if price rises into key strikes. It may also mean that calls may decay and drain momentum if price does not move. Options are not a guaranteed rocket. They are the pressure mechanism. If price moves into call-heavy area and dealers need to hedge, that can add fuel. If price fails, the same chain can turn into a blender full of expired dreams and premium decay. That is why we watch instead of worshiping it. The sixth gauge is the bankruptcy thesis itself. This is the biggest long game issue. Shorts love the bankruptcy argument because it gave them a clean story. Too much debt, not enough cash, weak box office, no runway, no escape every time AMC raises cash. Repays debts, pushes maturities, lowers interest expenses, improves liquidity, and invests in the business. That clean short thesis gets dirtier. It does not disappear overnight. AMC still has debt. AMC still has challenges. AMC has dilution damage. But the easier the company is going to zero argument gets weaker every time AMC buys more time. And when a short thesis gets weaker while the stock still has heavy retail attention, high volatility, off-exchange questions, and option pressure, that is when the trade can stop being comfortable. The seventh gauge is the box office momentum. People like to act like AMC's business does not matter because the stock has become a market structure war zone. Well, that is lazy. The business matters because improving box office numbers gives AMC a better survival story. Since attendance is improving, I made a mess up there, but concessions improve, they are. Premium screens perform, which they are, and major releases bring people back, which they are, and cash flow improves. The debt reduction and refinancing becomes easier. If the box office weakens, the survival story gets harder. AMC is not just a ticker, it is a company with a theater, debt, cash, needs, and revenue tied to people showing up. So when Adam Aron talks about investing in higher grossing theaters, seating upgrades, and premium screens, that is not just theater decoration. That is a company trying to improve the machine that generates cash. The eighth gauge is the dividend door, because people keep asking why Adam Aron is not just drop a dividend and nuke the shorts from orbit. I understand the question. A dividend or special distribution can create pressure because shorts may owe payments in lieu, and the unique distribution can force reconciliation of who is entitled to what. But the dividend door is not opened by a violent price move alone. Debt covenants are contractual locks. The stock can run like it stole something, but the covenant does not automatically say, congratulations, dividends unlocked. AMC still has lender restrictions, liquidity needs, Delaware law constraints, broad duties, and debt priorities. A violent price move can help create a path by allowing AMC to raise capital at better prices, repay or refinance restricted debt, negotiate covenant relief, and improve liquidity. But price is not the key by itself. Debt cleanup is the key ring. That is why the timing question is not simple. If you ask, how long until we squeeze? The honest answer is nobody knows. If someone gives you a guaranteed date, they are not giving you analysis. They are selling emotion. What we can say is that pressure builds. When more gauges line up, if AMC price starts reclaiming levels, volume expands, lit exchange activity increases, off exchange absorption weakens, borrows tighten, short interest remains pressured, FTDs rise, the option chain stays call heavy, debt reduction continues, and a vault door record cracks open, the risk of a violent move increases. That is not prediction. That is how pressure mechanics work. The current path looks like a stock being pinned because short-term dilution, fear, and long-term survival improvement. The bears want the market to focus only on dilution. The bulls want the market to focus only on survival. The truth is, both are happening. The offering hurt. The cash matters. The chart took damage. The debt reduction matters. The off-exchange structure clouds price discovery. The business recovery matters. The option chain matters. Borrow matters. Settlement matters. Macro liquidity matters. This is not one variable equation. Anyone explaining AMC without variables is either lazy, selling you something, or professionally allergic to nuance. So if you're watching AMC right now, do not ask only when moon. Ask better questions. Is the bankruptcy thesis weakening? Is AMC improving runway? Is price reacting differently to bad news than it used to? Is volume expanding on upward moves? Is the off exchange still dominating? Is it pressure improving? Are borrower conditions tightening? Are FTDs building around pressure dates? Is the option chain still loaded? Are institutions positioned differently? Are debt covenants loosening over time? Are vaulted door records getting closer to daylight? Those questions are how you watch pressure build without getting tricked by every red candle and every fake breakout. Because that is the whole game. Wall Street wants retail emotional. They want every red candle to feel like death and every green candle to feel like salvation. That is how they exhaust people. But pressure does not care about emotion. Pressure cares about structure. Pressure cares about supply, demand, leverage, debt, liquidity, settlements, options, and information. If those pieces keep stacking, then the current path can stay frustrating until suddenly it is not. That is why I will not give a fake date. I would rather give the audience the gauges. And once you understand the gauges, then we can finally answer the question everybody came for. What could actually cause AMC to squeeze fast? The launch button is not a button. It is a pressure trap wearing a dividend costume. Now that we understand the battlefield, the off-exchange problem, the offering, the vault door, and the current path, we can finally talk about the question everybody really came for. What could actually cause AMC to squeeze fast? Not fantasy, not Moon by Friday, because some guy with laser eyes drew a triangle on a candle. Not some fake date designed to get retail emotionally whipped like a rented mule. I am talking about real mechanics, what makes a stock stop moving like normal and start moving like somebody kicked open the wrong vault door. What turns pressure into forced buying? What turns a normal ugly chart into a violent repricing event? And yes, what role could a dividend play if AMC eventually breaks the covenant lock and gets the legal and financial room to do it? The first thing we need to kill is the fairy tale that the squeeze comes from one magic candle. It does not. A real squeeze happens when the demand for shares overwhelms available supply, and somebody who is short, hedged wrong, over-leveraged, or exposed has to buy into a rising price. That forced buying is the engine, not vibes, not hashtags, not trust me, bro. Forced buying. If somebody is short and the price starts rising against them, they may need to buy shares back to close the position, reduce risk, satisfy margin, or avoid getting carried out of the room financially in a little clown stretcher. If market makers are short calls or needs to hedge option exposure as price rises, they may need to buy shares too. If borrow gets tight, if fees rise, if lenders recall shares, if settlement pressure builds, it's forced buy-ins to occur. If the lit market finally gets enough real demand that off-exchange routing can absorb the whole fight, then pressure can feed on itself. That is why AMC setup is not about one trigger. It's about pressure stacking. Imagine a pressure cooker. One gauge says borrow fee. One gauge says shares available. One says short interest. One says FTDs. One says off exchange percentage. And one says option open interest. Put call ratio. Volume. Price reaction to filings. Debt restrictions. Box office momentum. Institutional positioning. Custody records. Dividend restrictions. Most of the time, a few gauges twitch and nothing explodes. That is the frustrating part. Retail sees the gauges move and thinks, this is it. Then the stock chops sideways and everyone feels like they just got pranked by a Bloomberg terminal with a drinking problem. But when multiple gauges line up at once, that is when the setup can change from annoying to dangerous. The instant move setup would look something like this. AMC gets a bullish catalyst that actually changes risk perception. The price clears important levels. Volume expands. Most of the volume starts hitting the lit market instead of disappearing into off-exchange pipes. Borrow gets tighter. Shorts face higher risk. Options dealers have to hedge into rising calls. Bankruptcy thesis gets weaker because the company continues reducing debt, strengthening cash, or extending runway. Retail does not leave. Institutions start repositioning, and then a vault door record, court document, broker statement, custody record, or regulatory disclosure drops that exposes something the market was not pricing correctly. Then that is where the market does not get to politely debate AMC anymore. It has to reprice risk fast. That does not mean I'm promising it. I'm not. I'm not giving dates. I am not pretending we own a crystal ball from a pawn shop. But this is how a squeeze setup works in plain English. You need demand. You need a limit supply. Supply stress. Forced buyers. Risk managers. People tapping people on a shoulder. You need hedges that suddenly need adjusting. You need shorts realizing the easy bankruptcy thesis is not playing out the way they wanted. Enough lit market pressure that the price cannot quietly manage behind the curtain. And if you get that record that proves the system was leaning on bad locates, questionable collateral, synthetic claims, tokenized exposure, BDR mismatch, settlement failures, or reused share inventory, that becomes gasoline. Not because the internet said so, because the market would have to react to the actual evidence. This is where I say something carefully. I do believe something is brewing. I believe there are too many coincidences, too many repeating patterns, too many hidden pipes, and too many offshore-looking wrappers, too much off-exchange dominance, and too many custody questions, too many people screaming, move on, while still watching AMC like their bonus depends on it. But belief is not proof. Curiosity is not conviction in court. A pattern is not a verdict. So for tonight, I'm not going to pretend the dream is the evidence. The dream is for later. The evidence is where we are building now. That is how we keep the show sharp. We can say something smells wrong without claiming the kitchen fire report is already signed. Now let's bring in the dividend door into this, because this is the question that keeps coming back. People ask, why does Adam Aaron not just drop a dividend and destroy the shorts? I understand why people ask that. In theory, a dividend can create pressure because short sellers are not magically excused from distribution. If you are short a stock and that stock pays a cash dividend, the short position holder can be liable for a payment in lieu for that dividend. The long holder. In plain English, if you borrow somebody's share, sold them short, and the company pays out a dividend, you may owe that economic equivalent of that dividend. That can raise the cost of being short. It can create reconciliation pressure. It can make a crowded short trade more uncomfortable. Special distribution or unusable dividend can become even more annoying because the market has to figure out who is entitled to receive what. That is the part retail is aiming at when they say dividend bomb. They are thinking if there are more claims than clean shares, a dividend forces the system to reconcile the mess. And I understand that thought. If the vault doors are hiding extra claims, synthetic settlements, bad locates, tokenized exposure, BDR link confusion, or other plumbing games, a dividend or special distribution could act like a flashlight in a cockroached kitchen. Everybody suddenly has to ask who actually owns what, who borrowed what, who owes what, and where the real deliverable shares are. That is why the dividend idea is powerful, not because it's magic, but because it creates obligations. But here is where we have to be adults, because the market loves when retail skips a step. AA cannot just wake up tomorrow, slam a red button labeled short killer, and make the dividend fall out of the ceiling like confetti at a fraud parade. AMC still has restrictions. AMC own filings point to debt covenants limited around dividends and other distributions. The Odeon credit agreement limits OCGL and its subsidiaries from declaring or paying dividends, redeeming stock, or making other distributions, and the Mavico credit agreement was amended to include covenants as restrictive as the Odeon agreement. That means the dividend door is not just sitting open, waiting for Adam Aaron to stroll through it wearing sunglasses and a silverback cape. The door has locks, debt locks, liquidity locks, legal locks, board duty locks, lender locks, the kind of locks Wall Street installs and then acts shocked when retail asks who has the key. The violent AMC price move by itself does not release those covenants. That is important. The stock can run like it stole something. The chart can go vertical. Retail can scream. Shorts can sweat. But covenants does not automatically say, congratulations. Price is spicy. Dividends unlocked. Debt covenants are contractual. Restrictions, they do not dissolve because the candle got emotional. So if AMC runs violently and Adam Aaron wants to deliver a dividend, the price move itself is not the direct release. The price move is the tool that may help AMC break locks in the correct order. Here is the real path in normal language. If AMC stock price rises violently, AMC may be able to raise capital at better prices with less dilution per dollar raise. That matters because raising $200 million at $2.10 is one thing. Raising capital at higher levels is a different math problem altogether. Higher prices mean fewer shares needed for the same cash, which can mean less dilution for the same debt fighting weapon. Then AMC could potentially use that capital to repay debt, refinance debt, amend debt agreements, negotiate covenant relief, strengthen cash, and create more flexibility. That is the path to the dividend door. Not the price up equals dividend now. More like price up gives AMC stronger tool to clean up debt. And debt cleanup can eventually create dividend room. Boring. Maybe. Important. Absolutely. The locks do not care about your emotions. They care about contracts, cash, covenants, and the board's legal authority. There's also Delaware law. AMC is a Delaware corporation, and dividends have legal requirements. A board generally needs surplus, or if there is no surplus, net profits under the applicable statutory framework. That means even if debt covenants are handled, AMC still needs legal capacity, liquidity, and board approval. So the dividend door has multiple locks. One lock is debt covenants. One lock is cash. One lock is surplus, net profits. One lock is business judgment. One lock is whether the board believes a dividend is responsible given debt, operations, investment needs, and the company's long-term plan. Retail may want the dividend because it could smoke out shorts. I get it. But the board has to think like a company board, not like a comment section with a flamethrower. Now here is where it gets interesting. The same squeeze-like move that retail wants could also be the thing that gives AMC more flexibility. If price rises because the bankruptcy thesis weakens, volume expands, buyers show up, and shorts get pressured, AMC could potentially raise money under better conditions. That money could pay down debt or improve the balance sheet. Paying down the debt loosens restrictions. Looser restrictions can make dividends or special distributions more realistic later, and a dividend later could create new pressures on shorts or anyone with messy entitlement exposure. That is the circular pressure path. Price helps capital, capital helps debt, debt cleans up, helps flexibility, flexibility may eventually help distributions. Distributions can force reconciliation. Reconciliation can expose who was swimming naked in a dark pool jacuzzi. That is why I do not dismiss the dividend idea. I just refuse to oversimplify it. A dividend is not a magic button. A dividend is a possible future pressure weapon if AMC earns the right to use it by cleaning up enough debt, building enough liquidity, satisfying legal requirements, and getting board approval. If that happens, then yes, a dividend or a special distribution could become dangerous for shorts, especially if there are synthetic claims, borrow shares, payment in lieu, entitlement mismatches, or custody questions sitting behind the scenes. But if the covenants are still locked, then Adam Aaron cannot just press a button because retail's yelling, do it. The war is not just fought on the chart. It is fought in the debt documents too. This is also why the recent offering matters more than people want to admit. The short-term crowd sees 210 and screams dilution. Fine. That is one part of the story, but if the proceeds are used to redeem 2027's debt, lower interest expense, increase cash reserves, or strengthen the balance sheet, then the offering becomes part of the path towards removing future restrictions. It may hurt today, help tomorrow. That is not cheerleading. That is mechanics. The short side wants retail to share the wound or stare at the wound. The company may be trying to stop the bleeding that could have killed it later. Those are not the same thing. So when people ask what can cause AMC to shoot past the moon to Pluto, the honest answer is not one thing. It is a stack, a pressure stack. Would need to include improving fundamentals or strong catalysts, reduce bankruptcy risk, tight borrow, heavy short pressure, or heavy short exposure, option pressure, increasing lit market demand, less off-exchange absorption, stronger liquidity, debt cleanup, and maybe one vault door record that forces the market to admit something was uglier than priced in. That is how a stock goes from moving to exploding. It is not one match. It is dry grass, gasoline, wind, heat, and somebody finally dropping the cigarette. And let me say this part with controlled fire. If something really is brewing, if the coincidences are not coincidences, if the hidden pipes are connected, if the custody chain has problems, if the off-exchange flow has been masking real pressure, and if the tokens and BDR trail leads to real mismatch, if the stock loan and locate records show questionable inventory, then the squeeze discussion changes from retail hope to market repricing risk. That is the dream version. That is the big version. That is the later time conversation, but we do not need to oversell it tonight. Tonight, we need to say that the setup has pressure. The records matter. The dividend door has locks. A violent move could help break those locks. And if the locks break in the right order, the market may have a much bigger problem than a red candle. So this is a clean takeaway before the final word. AMC does not need one miracle. It needs pressure points to line up. Shorts do not need to panic because retail says so. They panic when risk says so. A dividend does not destroy shorts because people want it to. It creates pressure when AMC has the legal, financial, and covenant room to issue it. A price move does not automatically unlock a dividend. It can give AMC a capital weapon to clean up debt and create future flexibility. The vault door do not open because we yell at them. They open when records, filing, court documents, broker statements, and custody reports force them open. That is a setup, not a promise, not a date, not hopium, a pressure map. And when you understand the pressure map, you understand why I keep coming back to the same point. AMC is not dead, retail is not gone, and Wall Street keeps acting way too interested in a stock they swear is irrelevant. Which brings me to my final word. And why I still believe our silverback may be playing the long game. Why so serious? The silverback, the crime scene, and the clowns calling it normal. Now for the final word. And this is where Joker Ape takes the gloves off, but keeps the receipts on the table, because there's a difference between yelling crime and building a case. Anybody can scream at a red candle. Anybody can, post a chart with fire emojis. Anybody can call every ugly move manipulation and then act shocked when the other side laughs. That is not what I am doing here. Security James, Joker Ape, whatever name you want to use, I have been doing everything I can to gather evidence, collect data, follow the filings, connect the dots, separate confirmed fact from theories, and show people where real pressure points are. I am not here to sell fairy dust. I am here to walk people through the crime scene without stepping on the evidence like a drunk detective at a casino buffet. My opinion is this. The possible crime behind AMC is not that Adam Aaron raised capital. That is the lazy version the shorts want retail to fight about forever. They want retail screaming at Adam Aaron while nobody looks under the floor. The possible crime, if the records prove it, is in the market structure. Is it in the hidden pipes? Is it in whether real buying pressure was routed away from lit discovery? Is it in whether locates were clean? Is it in whether shares were borrowed, lent, pledged, reused, or counted more than once? Tokenized exposure, BDR structure, offshore wrappers, broker statements, stock loan desks, custody chains created more claims than clean deliverable shares. Is where the public chart was showing the whole fight or just the sanitized version Wall Street wanted retail to see. This is where the crime would be, not in a CEO trying to keep the company alive after the entire world shut theaters down and Wall Street started digging a grave before the body was cold. Let me say this clearly because I do not want a lazy clown twisting it. I am not saying that every person is legally guilty today. I am not saying every connection is proven. I am not saying that every breadcrumb is a smoking gun. That would be sloppy, and sloppy is exactly what they want from retail, so they can dismiss the whole thing with one smug little laugh. What I am saying is that the pattern is way too ugly to ignore. The off-exchange trading is too heavy to ignore. The violent price action is too obvious to ignore. The custody questions are too serious to ignore. The tokens and the BDR trails are too interesting to ignore. The FTX IBKR account statements, questions, they're too important to ignore. The option pressure, short pressure, dilution pressure, debt pressure, retail exhaustion, cycles are too repetitive to ignore. And at some point, coincidences start wearing a fake mustache and asking us to not check the basement. That is why the vault door matters. I do not need another person yelling, "Trust me, bro." I need records. I need stock loan records, locate records, FTD trails, broker statements, custody statements. I need account titles, QSIPs. I need quantities, transfer history. I need to know where shares were loaned, pledged, liened, restricted, transferred, rehypothecated, or used to support another claim. Because if the system is clean, the record should clean it up. If the system is dirty, the records will make the dirt visible. That is the whole point. The truth is not afraid of paperwork. Liars are. Now let's talk about Adam Aaron. Because this is where the emotions get hot. People can like him, dislike him, agree with him, disagree with him, or be mad at the timing of every single move he makes. I understand all of it. I am a retail investor too. I know how it feels when AMC finally starts running. Volume explodes. Hope starts breathing again. And then the offering hits the tape like somebody swung a baseball bat through a front windshield. I am not going to pretend that feels good, because it doesn't. It feels like getting punched in the mouth while someone in a suit calmly explains balance sheet strategy. No one enjoys that. Nobody. But here is where I separate pain from strategy. I do not believe Adam Aaron moves off emotions or whims. I do not believe he wakes up randomly, looks at a chart, and says, "You know what? This would be fun today. Chaos. When I step back and I look at the pattern, I see a CEO using the tools he has in a brutal market to keep AMC alive, clean up the debt, extend the runway, improve liquidity, and position the company to survive long enough for the box office recovery to matter. And that does not mean every move feels good. That does not mean that every move is perfect. That does not mean that retail has to clap while getting diluted. But it does mean the moves have to be judged in context. Not through a short seller cartoon version where dilution equals death and nothing else matters. Adam Aron recently said, the completed offering reflected institutional investor interest and support for AMC. He said the offering brought back about $200 million of gross proceeds, strengthened AMC's balance sheet and cash position, and gave AMC the ability to make targeted growth investments at higher grossing theaters. He also said that the proceeds are expecting to repay all of the $125.5 million of the senior subordinated notes due in 27, reduce debt, lower annual cash interest by about $7.7 million, and improve the debt profile with no currently expected maturities until calendar year 29. That is not random noise. That is not a man describing a panic move. This is a CEO describing debt reduction, cash reserves, interest savings, runway, and reinvestment. Now, the Bears do not want to talk about that part. They want the word dilution to be at the whole sentence. They want to scream dilution like they discovered gravity and then strut around like case is closed. Fine, dilution happened. Nobody seriously denies it. But the grown-up question is, dilution for what? Dilution to die is one thing. Dilution to survive, repay debt, lower interest expense, increase cash reserves, extend runway, and invest back into theaters is a different story. It does not make it painless. It does not make it pretty. It does not make it the chart magically feel better, but it changes the meaning. If the short thesis was bankruptcy, then every move that buys time reduces debt, pressure, improves liquidity, or pushes maturities away is an attack on the thesis. That is the part the short seller crowd does not want retail to understand. And this is not the first time Adam Aron has moved this way. Adam Aron has been trying to reshape the debt wall for years. In 25, AMC talked about refinancing transactions, lender support, equitizing debt, addressing maturities, and putting the company in a better position for a box office recovery. Early 26, Adam Aron talked about lender flexibility, simplifying the capital structure, improving liquidity, and addressing upcoming debt maturities. Then he bought more AMC shares with his own money. That Form 4 shows he bought 250,000 shares in May 2026 at a weighted average price around $1.37, and increased his direct ownership for more than 2.4 million shares. I'm not going to falsely say he is only paid in shares because that is not accurate. He has executive compensation like other CEOs, but I will say the filing shows he has real equity exposure. And he put more of his own money into the stock. That matters to me. People with no skin in the game do not buy another 250,000 shares when the funeral choir is warming up. This is why I still call him our silverback. Not because every move feels good, not because I think retail should never question him, not because I think CEOs are saints. Please. I was not born yesterday in a popcorn bucket. I call him that because I believe he understands the war AMC is in. I believe he knows Wall Street wanted AMC buried, and I believe he knows retail stood behind the company when the easy thing would have been to walk away. I believe he understands the survival itself became an act of defiance. And I believe he is trying to play the long game against the short thesis that depends on AMC running out of options. That is the key. Wall Street wants retail emotional. They want retail fighting Adam Aaron every time the company uses equity. They want retail furious at dilution, but quiet about the AMC needed flexibility in the first place. They want retail staring at the wound instead of asking who was waiting with the shovel. The market wanted AMC trapped against debt maturities, cash burn, weak box office, and no capital path. Ape was ugly. The reverse split was ugly. The conversion was ugly. The offering was ugly, but ugly does not automatically mean stupid. Ugly can also mean survival. Sometimes the door out of a burning building has splinters, smoke, and broken glass. You still walk through it if the other option is dying in the hallway. Now let's talk about the crime angle from the Joker Ape perspective. In my opinion, the real crime, if the records prove it, would be Wall Street using complexity as camouflage. Off-exchange routing as camouflage, internalization as camouflage, payment for order flow, tokenized wrappers, BDR structures, stock lending, locate pressure, derivatives, settlement timing, and every piece by itself can be explained away. That is how the machine works. One pipe, normal. One fail, operational. One dark pool, print, efficient. One locate issue, technical. The token is innovated. The BDR is foreign market access. Debt exchange is capital structure. Offering is dilution. Chart move, technical failure. But when the same stock keeps showing violent movements, massive retail interest, heavy off-exchange flow, repeated dilution fear, short narratives, custody questions, token exchange flow, repeated dilution fear, short narratives, custody questions, a higher routing, questions become bigger than any one piece. It becomes, are these separate accidents, or is this the system designed to make the public fight blindfolded? That is the part that keeps me digging. I believe there is something brewing. I believe there is too many coincidences, too many pressure points, too many people telling retail to stop looking. Too much hidden plumbing. Too much emotional warfare around one stock that keeps insisting it's irrelevant. If AMC is irrelevant, why are the same clowns always circling it? Why does every survival move get treated like an emergency by people who claim the company is already dead? And why does retail buying seem to disappear into pipes? Why does custody trails matter this much? And why do we keep finding doors that need records behind them? I'm not saying belief is proof. I am saying belief tells me where to keep looking. And the records, they'll decide what becomes fact. This is why the show exists. Security James, Joker Ape are not here to babysit feelings. We're here to gather the evidence, explain the mechanics, and make the average person understand the fight without needing a law degree, a market structure PhD, and 3 bottles of whiskey labeled technical analysis. The average person needs to know this. AMC chart may be real, but the chart may not be the whole story. Dilution is real. Dilution may also be part of survival. Adam Aron's moves, they can hurt in the short term while weakening the bankruptcy thesis in the long term. Shorts are not free just because dilution hit a tape. A dividend is not magic button because debt covenants, liquidity, legal capacity, and board duties still matter. A squeeze does not happen because retail wants it. It happens when pressure forces buying, and the vault doors do not open because we yell. They open when records force them open. So here's my final opinion. And I will own it. I believe Adam Aron is playing chess in a burning room while Wall Street keeps trying to convince retail the smoke is just normal volatility. I believe the company is using every ugly tool it can to keep breathing. I believe the short sale wanted AMC trapped, bankrupt, exhausted, and out of options. I believe retail kept the company alive long enough for Adam Aron to keep finding doors. I believe the market structure around AMC is dirty enough to hide fingerprints, even if the final legal proof still has to come from records. And I believe the people who stood behind the company, well, they deserve to know the truth. Not the bedtime story written by the same crowd that wanted AMC dead. Could I be wrong about parts of it? Of course. Anybody who says they cannot be wrong is either lying, selling something, or hosting a podcast from inside a padded room. But I am not wrong to ask for records. I'm not wrong to follow the money. And I'm not wrong to question the plumbing. I'm not wrong to separate confirmed fact from plausible connection and missing proof. And I am not wrong to look at Adam Aron's debt moves, cash moves, offerings, refinancing path, stock survival strategy, then random panic. And I'm definitely not wrong to say retail deserves answers. I believe Adam Aron knows who stood behind this company when Wall Street wanted it buried. I believe he knows retail did not just buy a ticker. Retail helped keep AMC alive when the easy thing would have been to walk away. Maybe, just maybe. Before he retires, he wants to finish the fight. And finish the fight the right way. Maybe he wants to leave behind more than a repaired balance sheet. Maybe he wants to give every person who believed in him, believed in AMC, and refused to let the company die, a real change and a chance to change their financial stars. I cannot prove what is in the man's heart. I will not pretend I can. But I can look at the actions. I can look at the filings. I can look at the debt moves. I can look at the cash moves. I can look at the share purchases. I can look at the box office momentum. And I can look at the way he keeps finding doors when Wall Street keeps trying to close them. That is my conviction. That is my opinion. That is my financial advice. It is my conviction built from watching the fight, reading the filings, following the money, and understanding the pressure. AMC is not dead. Retail is not gone. Adam Aaron is still steering. Shorts are not free just because dilution hit the tape. The market structure is not clean just because the chart pretends to be. This is a pressure cooker. The vault doors are the records. The crime scene is the plumbing. And when the right door opens, we may finally find out how much pressure has really been building behind the curtain. Because when indexes are smiling while the pipes are burning, I pay attention to the pipes. Welcome to the AMC Ape Cage. And with that, enjoy your guys' weekend. I'm sorry that I came on so late. I had to try and fix this thing myself, and I hope that it gave you guys... I hope it sounded good. I will listen to it again and make sure that everything's edited correctly. Matt, thanks for coming on by when you were done with work. It's always a pleasure to have you. Besides that, enjoy your weekend. Have fun. Have fun with your families. Be safe. If you ever need anything from me, don't hesitate to ask. I'll always be there to answer your questions. As always, I'll be around.
Yeah. 808 breathe. Security James. Joker Ape. It's me and the monster. Everybody else protected. Wall Street left me quiet too long. You want it quiet, you got the nightmare. Nah, that was the lock. Open the cage. Outside, push a motherfucker, we don't break. Tell Wall Street dark and low when the bass gon' shine. I came up through pushing no silver spoon shine. Bills on that table, war in my mind. Outside scars, got smoke in my chest. They told me stand down, I said fuck that request. I don't need shoes, I don't need chains. I don't need permission from a rig that's gang. I built this cage with my back to the wall. They turned every scar to a wartime call. Truth hits hard when the baseline drops. They bury the story, I dig up the rod. They polish bullshit, dress up the fraud. Didn't call us crazy when we point at the eye. Nah, I came with facts and fire too. Plain English, race for the whole damn crew. No more smiling while they spit in our face. I'm dragging that bullshit straight into the cage. They thought I was tired, bitch, that was a bad bet. Thought I disappear, fuck a night, yeah. Thought I fall when the room got strange. Then the 808 hit and they remember my name. I take the heat, let the wolves aim here. Keep my people safe, keep the message clear. No extra names for them snakes to chase. Just me, this monkey, fuck you on my Welcome to the Ape Cage, motherfucker, lights on. Truth hit hard when the whole damn mic's on. Southside pressure with the 808 race. Stand the fuck up, we about to shake the cage. Welcome to the Ape Cage, no fear, no shame. Wall Street hiding, but I'm naming the game. This ain't hopium, this ain't fake. This is pissed off pressure in apes don't break. I've been blocked, mocked, laughed at, it denied. Still running through my spine. They say calm down, James, don't make noise. Like I bow down to Wall Street, boy. Fuck that shit, I came with smoking receipts. Plain English fire for the people in seats. No fake ass suit, no soft disguise. Just rage in a booth and bloodshot eyes. They package bullshit, sell it is gold. Then call us dumb when the truth gets told. They move the numbers, paint the tape. Then bitch ass suits wonder why cages shade. I keep my people protected, I take that heat. Put the damn target right here on my seat. No extra names for them fuckers to chase. Today it's me, pissed off in their face. Wrong day, wrong fuckers. Remember my face, bitch. Nah, you hear that? That ain't music. That's the lock, break it! They thought I was quiet. They thought I was done. They thought the cage was locked. Big mistake. That's not a song starting. That's Wall Street realizing they pissed off the nightmare. I'm the grin in the smoke when that lights cut black. Voice in the room yelling when that shit back. Bad little thought that they can't erase. Green hair fucker with bass in your face. I read fine print then I clown a lot. Make them bitch suits ask themselves why. They hate when the A got jokes in fact. Cause that shit hits harder when fast got straps. Not gun straps, bar straps, wordplay loaded. Every damn line got pressure encoded. I don't do threats, I do timestamps clean. Put the record up and let everybody see. That's how you heard, that's how you cut. Not with a rumor, with the file pulled up. Wrong fuckers, wrong damn day. Fuck the whispers, fuck the fade. Breaks in the cage, apes don't brag. Who's at the door? Security James. Who got loose? Joker Ape brain. What's in the booth? Pressure and pain. What do we break? Every fake chain. Apes on break. Open the gate. Southside pressure to the whole room shine. Today when that intro hits, set the whole room free. 808 cracking like it's breaking concrete. Green blood, red chat going insane. Security games, they hit a fucking entertain. I'm not calm, I'm fed up, I'm done with the game. Don't watch them bullshit, hide behind rich names. One hot mic and the truth that can't fit. Joker Ape laughing like
you asked for this.
no cosign, no lead, no PR, much change. Just brace in the cage and rage on the screen. Don't ask why I'm pissed when I step in this frame. Turn that shit up loud till they remember the name. Wrong man, wrong cage.
Wrong damn day.
Now they bullshit dreams dragged on stage.
Welcome to the Ape Cage.
Lights on,
Southside pressure.
808 rage.
This ain't hopium. This ain't fake.
Apes don't break. Now open the cage.
Security James. Joker Ape.
The AMC Ape Cage is live.
Shut the door. The show just started.
Yeah, Ape Cage. This ain't a party straight. This that look in the mirror shit. Turn me up. When I step up in the dark, bitches wanna look like these motherfuckers got Joker Ape shit. Like I'ma stand here as a man and let a bitch ass funny looking fucker get the upper hand. Nah, I got scars, I got rich, I got shit I don't suck. I got pain in my chest that I carry alone. You can run your mouth, I don't care what you say, but get too close, I'ma clap back in your face. I been low, I been lost, I been stuck in my head. I done slept with the ghost of the words never said. I smile through pain while my heart bled red. Then woke up cold like the old me dead. I got issues, got no time. Got demons doing push-ups in the back of my mind. Got trust wounds deep, got a short ass few. Got a whole lot of reasons I don't fuck with you. Everybody wanna talk like they know my life, like they felt my nights, like they paid my price, like they held that weight when my soul got tight, like they stood in the rain when I begged for light. Nah, you don't know what this shit cost me. You don't know what the dark taught me. You don't know how many times I broke to stitch myself up while the world walked past me.
No way out.
Chain still ring.
Pain don't die.
It learns to sing. When I step up in the dark, bitches wanna look like these motherfuckers got Joker Ape shit. Like I'ma stand here as a man and let a bitch ass funny looking fucker get the upper hand. Nah, I got scars, I got rich, I got shit I don't show. I got pain in my chest that I carry alone. You can run your mouth, I don't care what you say, but get too close, I'ma clap back in your face. Bitches know what I'm about out here. I don't toot my own horn, I don't have to. I've been built by pressure, baptized by fear. Now the cage door broke when I passed through. It's too real out here to be scared. A real motherfucker do what he has to. A man with pain is the last thing to test, cause he already lost what you think he attached. I don't need no crowd, I don't need no love. I don't need fake hugs from a snake ass judge. I don't need your smile, I don't need your bud. I don't need your hand when the hand got blood. Keep God in my chest, still fight with my flaws. Still curse at the sky, still pray through the scars. Still got rage in my voice, still pain in my bars. Still swing at the dark when it reaches too far. Fuck all that soft shit, I came from the mud. Fuck all that fake shit, I know what it was. Fuck what they said when I needed some help. Now they all wanna stand where the fire got hot.
Look, I ain't saying I'm healed. I'm saying I learned how to move while broken. I'm saying pain stopped being a prison and started being a weapon I control.
Ape Cage. Ape Cage. We all die one day, so I live how I bleed. Got a war in my chest and a mouth full of grief. Got a name they remember when I walk through the steam. Joker Ape in the dark with a cage off the leash. I don't fear no man, I fear wasting my breath. I fear leaving my truth locked inside my chest. I fear dying quiet with my pain in the dress, so I scream this shit loud till there ain't nothing left. I've been crossed, I've been cut, I've been thrown in the dirt. I've been taught real love by the shape of hurt. I've been told calm down when the fire got worse. Now burn through the beat like a blackout hurt. Dark night outside, black paint in the rain. White calipers flash like scars through the pain. Joker Ape in the glass, face full of rage. Same old soul, but the man done changed. When I step up in the dark, bitches wanna look like these motherfuckers got Joker Ape shook. No way out. No escape.
Welcome to the cage.
Today.
Round and round we go.
Hope you're not afraid of heights.
This ride never stops!
Enjoy the fall.
Well, that escalated fast. You haven't seen chaos yet.
Aw, don't leave yet. We're just getting started.
That's a wrap. Or is it?
Good night.